Not coming tonight.
Oh, I need a pen.
Hi, everyone. We're going to start our meeting. Just letting you know.
Are we ready?
Yes.
Good evening. I'd like to call
Recording
to.
in progress.
Okay. Good evening. I'd like to call to order a special meeting of the Planning and Transportation Commission for November 16th, 2022. So I think the first thing to do is to roll.
Oh, yeah.
Chair Lowing will join us later. He's not here right now. Vice Chair Suma,
Present.
Commissioner Chang,
Here.
Commissioner Hackman,
Here.
Commissioner Regdal,
Here.
Commissioner Ruparwar, absent. Commissioner Templeton, absent. We have a quorum.
Thank you. And I think the next thing is to read the adoption of a resolution authorizing use of teleconferencing for planning and transportation commission meetings during COVID state of emergency.
Thank you. And I'll read the spiel about participating.
Okay, thank you.
Pursuant to AB 361, this meeting will be held with the option to attend by teleconference or in person. Members of the public may provide live public comment by submitting a speaker card prior to the start of the public comment on that item. Speakers may address items that are not on the agenda during the oral communications portion of the meeting. Spoken comments via a computer or a smartphone will be accepted through the Zoom app. To address the commission, go to zoom.us/join. The meeting ID is 916-4155-9499. And when you wish to speak, click on Raised Hand. To offer comments using a regular phone, call 1-669-900-6833 and enter the meeting ID 59499. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, hit *9 on your phone so we know that you wish to speak. Thank you.
Okay, and I think we need to I need to get a motion to adopt that resolution. Okay, I see that. And I see we have a first and a second.
Oh, well, I'll make the motion
All
to
right.
adopt the resolution.
I'll second the motion. Okay, can you please call a roll?
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
thank you. Commissioner Hackman,
Yes.
Commissioner Regdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Vice Chair Suma.
Yes.
Motion carries 4-0.
Okay, I believe the next thing on our agenda this evening is oral communications. Do we have any people present or people out in Zoom land?
Vice Chair Suma, I haven't received any speaker cards for oral communications, and I do not see any raised hands for oral communications.
Thank you. And I believe the next item is this agenda changes, additions, or deletions.
None.
Thank you. And next up would be city official reports.
Yes, thank you. This is Amy French. Coming up, we have tonight's meeting is a special meeting. The second and third meetings, the last two meetings of this year are on November 30th and December 14th. On November 30th, we will have the 3200 Park Avenue project. And on the 14th, we will have a development agreement amendment. We'll talk about state legislation, and we'll have some updates to Title 18 for electrification. And as far as the remaining council meetings that would need Planning Commission representation, we have a meeting coming up on the 5th, and that is the Mercedes project at 1700 Embarcadero Road. So I'm showing that the representative is Keith Recto. for December. Thank you. And then we have a couple other items that are still tentative, but getting closer. And that's the ADU code changes, which the Planning and Transportation Commission saw. The 575 Los Trancos open space home project that the Planning Commission saw. And then later on, we are hoping to get our permanent parklet program ordinance to the council this year. So that's upcoming. And then, of course, we can talk later about representation in April and June for backup in April and primary in June for representation at council because we have a vacancy in those 2 months.
Okay, and maybe I missed it, but we still have the joint meeting with the Planning Commission with City Council.
Sorry, yes. I
Okay.
was just referring to the Wednesdays. So yes, we are joining
Okay.
at the City Council meeting on November 28th after Thanksgiving for a joint hearing on the housing element.
Okay, thank you so much. And do we have a report from other departments?
Not tonight.
Okay, thank you so much. And then,
Acting Chair Suma, I have something I'd like to bring up in this before we move to the next agenda item. And
thank you so much. Go ahead.
okay, so I wanted to report to the commission on the City Council's action on the temporary
Oh, yeah.
what was and is the temporary retail ordinance that came before us on August 31st. And I normally would leave it to staff, but something unusual happened this time. And so I think it bears a little bit of discussion. So if my fellow commissioners remember, when this came to us on August 31st, the City Council had adopted this temporary ordinance, and it had come to us to look with council instruction to look at 3 particular things, which were not ready for prime time because they needed studies that weren't yet done. And it came to us with a staff recommendation to go ahead and make the temporary ordinance permanent and deal with whatever changes later need to be made. And so the Planning Commission deliberated that. There were 2 people absent that day. I think it was Commissioner Rupavar and maybe Vice Chair Suma. Were you there? Okay, so I think there were 2 missing. In any event, we agreed unanimously that the ordinance really wasn't ready for prime time, and that our preference unanimously was that the ordinance should be continued in its temporary form. But we were concerned that the council might not agree, and so we included in the motion 4 items that we were particularly concerned about that should be addressed if they were going to make the temporary ordinance permanent. And so that was our recommendation, unanimous, that went to the council. So, you know, the kind of work I do, I'm in front of planning commissions and councils all the time. And what is traditional in all of those settings, and I think here in Palo Alto, is whatever recommendation the planning staff makes to the planning commission, the staff will recommend to the council whatever the planning commission's recommendation was. So in our situation, that would have been a recommendation to keep the ordinance temporary, but if you're not going to, deal with these 4 things. So I happened to be the liaison that night for various reasons. And so I reviewed the staff report, and I was surprised to find that that was not staff's recommendation. That staff's recommendation was to make the ordinance permanent. And staff, disclosed that we had recommended that it stay temporary, and had disclosed that as an alternative, we had recommended that these 4 things be dealt with. And staff said, we haven't put any of those 4 things into the ordinance, but we can if the council wants. So I personally found that frustrating. And the way it played out, and I didn't understand, because the staff report, I've got Ms. French here, but this is about the whole planning staff, not just our representatives tonight. It wasn't explained in the staff report why staff was recommending something other than our recommendation. But the question was asked during the council meeting, and the answer from Director Late, and I'm sort of putting together a combination of comments, is staff has a lot on their plate. This ordinance needs to be changed, whether it's a temporary ordinance or a permanent ordinance. But by making it a permanent ordinance, it kind of takes the pressure off staff, and it could be done later. And you know, and that's entirely understandable that they would have that perspective. And one of the council members asked staff, well, how long will it take before you think it's ready? And they, Director Late said about 18 months. And so what the council ended up doing was essentially following our recommendation. They were also uncomfortable with this ordinance becoming permanent in a temporary form without the studies that would further inform it. And so they ended up approving, basically following our recommendation to keep it temporary. And they set, you know, there's kind of an 18-month clock associated with that. So I think it turned out all right from the perspective of our recommendation, but I just wanted to take, and I'm sorry I'm taking some time here, but to my knowledge, it's the first time, well, this is the first time in the 3 years that I've been on the commission that the staff has not followed our recommendation in making its recommendation to the council. And I would encourage staff to avoid doing that. I think what would have been better here is if staff had said in its staff report, this is the commission's recommendation. Here's our concern. We're not going to have this work ready for 18 months. That's a long time to keep a temporary ordinance, but nonetheless, you know, this is what the commission wanted. I think that's a better approach. And I think it's consistent with the, you know, course of behavior that I've seen. And it's important to us because we need to trust, you know, we work with staff and us that our recommendations are going to be respected and given weight going forward. And if there's a problem with them, then we should know about them. So, Ms. French, I see would like to
through the chair, I appreciate Commissioner Heckman's remarks. I'm a little concerned because we have a hard stop at 6 for the staff that are here for item number 2 to go to the community meeting and get there by 6 on Zoom. So perhaps we could, if there's more comments about that or additional comments, we can take that after minutes.
Okay. Thank you. I wasn't aware of that. I would have pushed it till later, but that's my message.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner Heckman. And we can have more discussion amongst ourselves about that later this evening. And I think I'm going to hand it back over. No.
Where are you?
Huh? No, I'll continue. And then Commissioner Chang, you had a...
I'll just hold my questions to the end.
Okay. Thank you. So we will now move on to item number 3. One of our first action item, which is review draft 2022 comp plan implementation annual progress report and draft 2022 housing element annual progress report, and recommend City Council authorize transmittal of the reports to the Office of Planning and Research and Department of Housing and Community Development, respectively, by April 1st, 2023. So staff, do you have a presentation?
Yes, I believe online staff, we have Claire Campbell, we have Chitra Moitra, and Tim Wong to present tonight. Take it away.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening, commissioners. I'm Claire Campbell, manager of Long Range Planning. So staff is here tonight to present to you the statuses of the existing comprehensive plan and housing element programs. So even though we're not quite through the end of the year, the calendar year, the statuses provided reflect the work that has been completed through October of 2022. And we're not anticipating that any of these statuses are going to change by the end of the year based on our conversations with staff. So the staff recommendation tonight is for the PTC to review the programs and provide feedback as we've done in previous times that we've come to you, and then recommend that staff carry forward those comments to the City Council to consider in the spring, when we will have the finalized progress reports for the council to review. If the Planning Commission is not comfortable with this staff recommendation, an alternative recommendation is to have staff return to the Planning Commission in February with responses to your comments that are provided tonight, and to present the finalized versions of the annual progress report. So I just wanted to make it clear about the recommendation. So I'm going to turn it over to Chitra to start our staff presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I am Chitra Moitra, Planner, Long Range Planning. Tonight, staff is going to provide you a summary, a high-level summary of the implementation programs of the comprehensive plan, as well as the programs for the housing element, 2015-2023 housing element. With me, I have Tim, who is going to do the housing element part, and I'm going to do the comprehensive plan part. And as Claire said, in this meeting, PTC can provide input and recommendations and modifications as necessary for the council consideration. As we all know, this is a required mandatory reporting which we do annually, and it is mandated by Government Code Section 65-400, where we have to report each year by April 1st to HCD and OPR about the annual implementation progress a city makes. And apart from that, the Palo Alto Municipal Code 19.04.030 also requires that the Planning Commission should annually review these implementation programs and provide council there any changes or any recommendations they make. The next slide shows the implementation chapter and the distribution of the 410 programs by comprehensive plan elements. And as we can see, the natural environment element is the one which has the most programs, implementation programs, followed by transportation and safety element. This slide describes the implementation table format. The format has three major headings: the lead department or the implementing agency, how much time it requires for the programs to be implemented, if it's a short term, a medium term, or long term program, and the anticipated level of effort required for the program, which is both in terms of dollar amount as well as complexity of the program. And staff, in order to review the program, has added the status column, which shows these five categories: complete, partially complete, ongoing, and pending. This is a snapshot of the achievements done in 2022, November, up till November. And it shows that in this year, 6 programs have been completed, and partially completed is 32. Ongoing is 287, and pending is 85. And I might add that the number of pending programs have decreased from last year, as well as the number of ongoing programs have increased since last year's reporting. And this is the implementation completed program list since the adoption, and since we are doing the annual report from 2018. So in the last 5 years, we see that 78 programs have been completed, and which is about 19% of the total programs. And a lot of these programs, as you see, have completed programs have morphed into ongoing programs. As you can see, the number of ongoing programs in my previous graph increased to 287. And based on commissioners' feedback last time, I'm also reporting the changes which have happened during from 2021 to 2022. And we can see that there are 29 programs which have changed their status since last year, 2021. And of these programs, mostly they are from pending to completed stage, or from completed to ongoing stage. These are the changes in the stages of the programs. And these are this is the distribution by the comprehensive plan elements. So 12 programs in land use element have changed status. And if you look at by department, the number of programs, most number of programs have changed from in the planning and the PDS department, followed by community services. And I think this is the end of my short presentation, and Tim will follow next with the housing element implementation status.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Chitra. So good evening. My name is, good evening, commissioners. My name is Tim Wong, and I'm a senior planner. And so this is just an update on the fifth cycle, or the 2015 through 2023 housing element. So we're almost done with this fifth cycle. We have a couple months left. And just to highlight that our RHNA for this cycle, RHNA stands for Regional Housing Needs Allocation. It's the city's fair share for the fifth cycle of housing development. And our RHNA for the fifth cycle is 1,988 units. And as of November of this year, we have 116 net new units. And that's from January 1st to present date. And of the 116, that included one 7-unit multifamily. And that's how we generated our one moderate income unit through our BMR program. And the remaining 109 units were through ADUs. And this represents, so we've achieved 53.4 of our RHNA total, including exceeding our above moderate requirement by 27%. And just happy to note that 99% of the housing element programs have had some progress made. The lone program that no progress was made was looking at moving the PTOD from the CalAV area to the downtown district. Next slide, please. So here is a greater breakdown of the city's progress towards each of those income categories. As you can see, once again, we had that one moderate unit that was through our BMR program, 115 above moderate units, primarily ADUs, for that total of 116 total units. And percent of the city's RHNA has been permitted or produced. Next slide, please. And here is also the change in statuses, if there are, for the housing element programs. So in our fifth cycle housing element, we do have 72 total programs. And as you can see, the one lone remaining program that is pending is, again, the PTOD. All the other programs have either been addressed or partially addressed, or, as you can see, a large portion of our programs are ongoing. I will say that, again, this is the last year of this cycle, and starting with the new housing element, this chart will look much different in that the state is requiring many more programs with metrics. And so this ongoing category, if you will be significantly different than what we currently have at this point. Next slide. And so that concludes my very short presentation. And so, Chitra, there you go.
So this is the recommended motion for the Planning Commission to review the draft comprehensive plan annual progress report, which is attachment A as well as attachment B, and recommend City Council authorize the transmittal of the reports to Office of Planning and Research, OPR, as well as to HCD by April 1st. This is the motion which staff has suggested, but as an alternative action, PTC may also consider to have annual progress report returned to them in February of 2023 with their finalized statuses for 2022 and responses to PTC's comments. And as next steps, based on what PTC's decision would be, we would either come back in February for your review again, and we would go forward based on your recommendation. We would go forward for City Council review in March, which is mid-March, and the office final submission to the Office of Planning and Research by April 1st, 2023. So this is the end of my presentation. And now if you have any questions, we will be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang, did you have a question? Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So I had two questions. The first was, I've asked this before, but could you help refresh my memory about what the pending status means? Does it mean that we are not addressing it, or that we are going to address it? Or can you just give some more color as to what that means? Is it a priority that's gone away and we're not going to do it anymore? Or is it awaiting some resources, or is it something else?
So thank you very much for your question, Commissioner Chang. For pending, it meant that there was no action taken on that particular program, which is specifically the PTOD. And although this program, since we are at the end of the 5th cycle, we're not going to carry over this program per se. In the new draft housing element, there is another program that will address the PTOD, but it's a slight variation. So to answer your question, pending meant no action.
Okay, but what about for the comprehensive plan items? Because there's so many more of those. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, for the comprehensive plan item, I think it's as Tim said, no action has been taken in the year which we are reporting, but previously that program has been recommended by different city departments, but due to either lack of resources or lack of staff, or prioritization, that program was not implemented for that year.
So are there any programs, my follow-up question is, are there any of those pending ones that there's agreement, by staff, PTC and council, that we're just not doing those anymore, if that makes sense? Or are they still all things that we may continue to do in the future?
Yes. These are still staff programs which we will be continuing to do in future, but just for that year, it has not been worked on.
Okay, thanks. And then my second question is, Ms. Moitra, when you were talking about the options for the PTC tonight, where we could say that we want to wait to get the final count for 2022, I wanted to get a sense from you of how different you think things would be, given that we are essentially at the end of the year and the holidays are coming.
I don't anticipate much change happening in 1 month, because as you can see, a lot of our programs, more than 70% of the programs are ongoing, and the status will remain ongoing. As far as completion goes, within a month, I don't think much will be completed. In other words, I don't anticipate much change, but as staff, we will be sending out to the different departments and emails asking them if anything has changed, let us know. We will update the status. That's what we are going to do as a plan of action after this meeting in coming month.
Okay, thanks. And I said I only have 2 questions. Is it okay if I add a third one? Okay. The third question I have is, what are the implications, or what, if anything, happens to Palo Alto as a result of only meeting part of our arena for the last cycle, Mr. Wong?
Thank you for that question. There are no implications in not meeting our arena for this cycle.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll get to other commissioner questions, but first I wanted to For the record, state that Commissioners Rupufar and Templeton have joined us, so welcome. And are there any other questions from commissioners? Go ahead.
Thank you. I guess let me start with a follow-up to the question that Commissioner Chang just asked. I thought as we went through the RENA information earlier in the year, that there was something about projects that we identified as housing sites in this current cycle that didn't turn into housing, have some elevated status under certain circumstances in the next cycle. And so that's kind of an impact of not meeting our numbers in this cycle. Am I misremembering?
That is correct in that if we do roll over some sites that were identified in the 5th cycle that we are including into the 6th cycle, then those parcels have a by right provision if the developer poses a 20% affordability, proposes a 20% of the units be affordable, then yes, those become by right on those parcels that rolled over.
All right, thank you. Next question is also for Mr. Wong. Attachment B is the housing element table of the progress of the 72, I think, programs. And the last 2 columns in my copy are blank. Are they incomplete? Are they, what's the status? They're entitled, in my version, 2022 status, and then it gives the initials, but there are no initials. And then staff comments, September 2022, there are no staff comments. And I'm wondering if maybe that's just a defect in the staff report that was printed, but the online version has that corrected. I actually didn't look in the online version.
Apologies. Yeah, those columns should not have been in the, because those are not as part of the APR. So those columns should not have been as part of the attachment. So my apologies.
Okay. So when this goes to council, you'll just drop out those 2 columns. Okay, fine. And then I had one question for Ms. Moitra on attachment C.
Mhm.
And that is that the 2022 column and the overall status column seem to have the exact same information.
Yes.
One is just an initial form and the other is written out as words. And I just wanted to make sure I'm not missing anything. That's
No,
right.
you're right. The 2022 status is the overall status is the same.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? No? Okay, well then I will just open it up to whoever wants to start the comments. Pardon me. Are there any members of the public that would like to speak to this item?
For this item, agenda item number 3, I have not received any speaker cards and I do not see any raised hands in Zoom.
Thank you. Then we will open it up to commissioners. Who would like to start? Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you. These are really very brief. Thank you, as always, staff, for bringing this to us. We've seen this, we see this a couple times a year. And what I was most happy to see were a couple things we talked about in the past to help us as commissioners ferret through, a lot of information. And one of them was, tell us what's different. And staff did that with attachment C. And I'm really appreciative of that, because that to me is where the meat is, what's changed. And then the other thing I appreciated, and I wonder if Commissioner Chang might have missed it. Well, last time I was concerned because I didn't know what the words meant. What do you mean by complete? partially complete, pending. And what I had noticed is note C in our staff report actually provides a little definition. And so maybe it wasn't enough of a definition for Commissioner Chang, but to me, it helped me, as I started to look at this information, which is, let's see, that note C is on the bottom of packet page 16. Which it gives the definitions. So anyway, I wanted to thank staff for listening and responding after our last meeting on those things. And I also just wanted to say that just as Mr. Wong had said that on the housing element side, they've gotten to 99% of the programs, which I think is terrific. On the comp plan side, Ms. Moitra didn't mention it, but that started in 2017, so it's more recent, and we're already at 80% have a status of something other than pending. And even the pending ones may have made some progress before they stop. So I think it's really impressive, there's 410 of them, and to be pushing all of those stones up the hill simultaneously is impressive. So thank you for the report.
Commissioner Rectal?
Yeah, could you go back to slide 11, please? Okay, so if you look at the first three categories, we're way below. How does that affect our credibility going forward when we submit the next RENA cycle? Are they going to look back then and say, you didn't do very much in the affordable housing? Will we have to work harder to convince them that we're serious about affordable housing?
Commissioner Rectal, yeah, thank you for that question. Our 6 cycle RENAs our 6 cycle RENA number was not sorry, let me back up. The 5th cycle production was not a factor in our 6th cycle RENA. And so that's what I was trying to say. So, but moving forward, I think that the state with their enforcement wing and other affordable housing production. My apologies.
So do we have a good story of what's going to be different?
Well, as part of the housing element, the 6th cycle housing element update, we are really focusing in looking at housing production, whether that be affordable or market rate. In addition, we're always looking to secure more funding sources for affordable housing production.
Okay,
so that will be the emphasis.
So nothing big that we're going to say that's going to make it really easy. It's going to still be a struggle for the bottom 3 categories.
Well, as part of it, we are looking at increasing our funding sources. So as, for example, as part of the business tax, a portion will be going towards affordable housing to help with affordable housing production. In addition, we have a program to provide additional incentives for affordable housing, such as fee waivers and other measures we can take to make affordable housing more attractive in the city.
Okay. And the very first line, the 31%, actually, I was somewhat impressed by that. That's really highly subsidized. So that includes Wilton Court, that first row?
Yes, certain units of Wilton Court and also the preservation of Buena Vista led to that.
Okay.
Also.
Okay. Apart from those two, were there other spots where we had very low income units?
Off the top of my head, I think Wilton Court had a large share. There may have been others, but I can't think of any developments at this point.
Okay. And can you go to slide 12 now? Same story. I'm concerned about when we present our housing element to the state and they look at our past production of housing, will that affect our credibility? When they look at the housing programs and we have a fair number that aren't complete, will that affect our credibility at all? Or is this kind of an afterthought to the state?
It is the latter, more of an afterthought, because housing element requirements have changed so drastically that, like as mentioned, we won't have, for example, ongoing programs. They'll be much more rigorous.
Okay.
And yes.
Okay, so the fact that we didn't close these out is just water under the bridge and we're moving on.
That is correct.
Okay. And how many programs do we have in the next housing element? Do you remember?
Oh, I don't have the exact number of programs, but one of the changes in the housing element update is we'll have a lot more implementing objectives. And so we will be reporting on more items, maybe not programs, but definitely more items.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay, Commissioner Templeton and then Commissioner Chang.
I'm sorry, could I just jump in real? I apologize. I just need to let everybody know that Tim needs to leave because he has to get ready for this community meeting, and he's a critical component of this next meeting. So I'm sorry, but we'll try to cover any questions for Tim in his absence.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Have a good evening, Mr. Wong.
Thank you.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Well, that's a bummer. I had a quick question, so I was hoping I could squeeze it in before he had to leave, but maybe someone else knows the answer. First, I want to echo the gratitude that Commissioner Heckman mentioned around some of the ease of use language and formatting that has gone into this compared to previous versions. So thank you for doing that. Looking at slide 11 and 12 again, I'm just wondering, to echo what Commissioner Rectal said and maybe expand upon it, I'm wondering if we should include how many housing proposals have been rejected, as part of the credibility question, because it's an incomplete picture here to look at just what we approved. But I think that we've seen a lot of proposals come through that haven't been approved, and wondering if we could quantify that and if that would be helpful for us understanding where opportunity lies as we go forward. Do we have that information?
So I can speak to that. Just generally speaking, that is not one of the requirements for the annual progress reporting. So that's why we're not tracking that for this document. So we're just following the specific guidelines that are outlined for the required annual reporting. But I do think that next, as Tim mentioned, we know that there's some new state laws regarding the annual progress reports. And I do believe that one of them really drills down a lot deeper into some of these numbers about, applications in and what was not approved and things like that. So I think next year when we bring something forward to the Planning Commission, you're going to see a whole kind of new collection of data related to housing production.
Awesome. That makes a lot of sense. And if there are draft templates or anything like that, it would probably be good to show it to council so they know what to expect for next year, even though we don't have to fill it out this year. Just that anticipation, I think, and to us, if we could see it, it would be helpful for us to understand how that will be used, because it will be tracked more closely. Thank you. That's my question. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Chang?
Thank you. Thank you. Also, I wanted to echo, thank you so much, Ms. Moitra, for being so responsive to our requests last time around about how the information was presented. It's super easy to digest this time. My question is actually regarding the housing element. And I was wondering, because of the challenge of producing very low income and moderate housing, it kind of by definition requires funding or a subsidy that comes from somewhere. I'm wondering if we know how we've done relative to our neighbors who might have kind of similar constraint, like our neighboring municipalities who might have similar constraints, and whether we've seen anything in how neighboring municipalities have been able to successfully address any of this, or how do we stack up? How are we doing relative to other cities near us as well as in California, specifically with respect to the moderate and below categories?
Okay, well, I think we definitely don't have that information for you tonight. We would need to do a little bit of research and come up with that information, and we can provide that as part of the response back. So I just wanted to also share with you what another thought I was thinking about with the plan, the council report. If we do go with the staff recommendation, is that we would also be including in that council report, like the attachment like we did last year, that goes through the questions that are asked by the Planning Commission and providing a response. And we would make sure that the planning commissioners all got copied on that report as well. So that way you'll have it at your fingertips to see what the staff has prepared and researched for you. But I'm sorry, we don't have that information today.
No, I mean, yeah, it's probably quite a bit of quite a bit of research, but I thought I'd ask in case you kind of knew something about it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioners? Okay, well, I know we have a hard stop for some people this evening, so I'll be brief and also pile on with a thanks for this report and for pointing out the differences, highlighting those, which made it easier for us to understand. And I also share concern about how we can achieve affordable housing. And I don't have hard data at my fingertips, but my recollection is that Palo Alto has nearly twice the units of affordable subsidized housing as Mountain View, and that we are only led by a percentage by one other city in the Bay Area. And but I found that out by looking it up. So actually Palo Alto has had a history of being concerned about affordable housing. We also, I believe, had the first inclusionary, which is when we require a percentage of housing and multifamily to be below market rate in the state, if I'm not correct. I hope I'm not overstating that, but I'm getting a nod from staff. So I think just to add a little flavor to the conversation. And then I wanted to ask staff about the La Comida program, just as a specific thing, because I think we have a couple minutes left here. And that is C1.182. I wanted I had an opportunity to go to a luncheon service at Stevenson House for La Comida. And without explaining everything, they're going to need a new location in North Palo Alto. And I don't know in what way we support that program. And I was just curious if staff knew. And if it's not a trick question, if you don't know off the top of your head. I just thought it was interesting. It was very moving for me to see this luncheon service and the number of seniors that it helped. And I know that when the COVID emergency ruling goes away, ordinance goes away statewide, they'll have to be serving less people unless they can find another location. So I just thought I'd put that out there. And it's a little specific, I appreciate. And with that, I'll just be looking for a motion from one of my colleagues.
I'll move staff recommendation.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a first and a second from Commissioner Heckman and Commissioner Chang. Are we all ready to vote? Okay, could you call the vote, please?
Yeah. Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Hackman?
Yes.
Chair Lawing?
Yes.
Commissioner Regdal?
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma?
Yes.
Commissioner Rupervar?
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0.
Okay, so that passes. Whoops, that passes. So we can let the staff go that needs to go, and then we will start our next item. Do we need to have a break at all for staff? No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
You're going to call the item first?
So our next action item is on planned community application for 660 University. But Chair Lowing has to recuse himself, so I'll let him go ahead and do that.
Yes, unfortunately, on advice of city attorney, I'm recused because their interpretation is that if I opine and participate in this meeting tonight, I would not be able to do that as a future council member. So in that regard, I'll be recusing for this item. And we'll later on be able to hear it in a different context.
And are there any other disclosures? Given that's a quasi judicial item, Chair Heckman?
I guess I'll just disclose that I'm pleased that one of our ranks, Chair Lowing, has been elected to be on our city council for the coming term. And it's definitely worth it to not have you on this quasi judicial item so you could serve in that role. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Heckman. And so this is action item number 4, public hearing quasi judicial on 660 University. And this is a recommendation on an applicant's request for a planned community to combine 3 parcels and et cetera. And I guess what I will do at this point is let staff make their staff report.
Yes, we're working on the staff report upload, and we have Emily Foley, who is our planner on the project planner. And we do have applicants here as well tonight. So we will make sure.
It's a little bit hard to hear you. I'm sorry.
We have Emily Foley, the planner on the project, and we do have applicants here. So we'll start with Emily's.
Yeah, sorry, we were just buying some time while I got the thing pulled up. So yes, good evening. My name is Emily Foley. I'm the planner for this project. This is 660 University, the planned community PHZ project and associated comprehensive plan amendment. So the project overview is that this includes a comprehensive plan amendment to allow the existing medical office. The site is currently designated multifamily in the comprehensive plan. And so in order to facilitate this project, the applicant is requesting to allow the existing office to be rebuilt, as well as an increase in the allowable density. This project is a planned home zone rezoning to include a new 4-story mixed-use building with about 9,000 square feet of office and 65 residential units, 20% of which would be affordable, in keeping with council's guidance on PHZ projects. There would also be 2 levels of underground parking with a total of 88 parking spaces. The PC zoning code section currently has a height limit of 35 feet for projects that are adjacent to RM20 zoned parcels, which this is adjacent to. And so that is part of the PHC request as an exception to that height limit, as well as reduced setbacks, which we will discuss more further in the presentation. Also, in order to facilitate this project, they would be doing a COC to merge the 3 existing parcels. The project location is the block along University between Byron Street and Middlefield Road. Surrounding uses include Lytton Gardens across the street, the Hamilton senior condos towards the rear of this block. The neighborhood in general has various medical offices, apartment buildings, as well as the First United Methodist Church. And it's within walking distance of downtown. Surrounding densities of the larger projects I've also listed on this slide for reference. The proposed project is proposing 130 dwelling units per acre. Again, it is 65 apartments on a approximately half-acre lot. The Hamilton is about 30 dwelling units per acre, and Lytton Gardens is about 104 dwelling units per acre. This slide is showing the PHZ process, so what the applicant is going through and where we are at in this process. So the first required step is a pre-screening with council. This project went to pre-screening in October of last year. It is then followed with formal application and staff review. The staff review is ongoing. There are some departments that have not fully had all of their comments addressed at this time. And then in terms of public hearings, the first is the Planning Commission. That is this first meeting here today. After the PTC, it then goes to the Architectural Review Board, and upon receiving recommendation from the ARB, it moves back here to PTC and then to council for final decision. Public comments are accepted at all public hearings and through writing at any time during this process. Likewise, the California Environmental Quality Act compliance process is ongoing for this project. A notice of preparation of an environmental impact report is currently circulating. So that started on November 4th and goes through Monday, December 5th. So any comments related to scoping and what should be included in the EIR are currently being collected. And this meeting tonight is also the scoping meeting as required for that EIR preparation. After that, the document will be prepared. The draft EIR will be circulated. This will likely be alongside either one of the ARB meetings or when it returns to PTC. After that point, any comments from the draft are responded to, and the adoption of the EIR and MMRP, which is the Mitigation Monitoring Report and Program, is alongside council's approval or potential approval of the overall project. So back to 660 University specifically. This is the site plan. As you can see, in yellow is the residential lobby and in blue is the proposed office space. Towards the interior side of the site, there is office kind of patio amenity space off of Middlefield Road. There are also 2 stairs that provide access to the underground garage for pedestrians. This is an example. It is one of the 3 floor plans, I believe, for both floors 2 and 3. Every unit has outdoor balcony space. The 4th floor has some units that have slightly larger balconies as well. And then this is the roof plan, which shows a roof deck amenity space for the residents, as well as mechanical enclosure equipment space. These are the elevations. The appearance of the building is mostly under the purview of the Architectural Review Board, which is a future step in this project. The current proposed materials include plaster, and the balcony railing is proposed to be glass as well. The image on the left is the view from Middlefield Road, and the image on the right would be the view from Byron Street. Likewise, the top image is the view from University Avenue, and the rear is the view from the interior of the site. There are some policy considerations that I wanted to bring to the Commission's attention this evening. The first is the height. The proposed height is mostly 45 feet, 5 inches. That's to the top of the parapet of the 4th floor. But the maximum height as defined by the zoning code is 55, 5 inches to the top of the mechanical enclosure, which as we saw on the roof plan takes up a considerable amount of the roof space. Additionally, the maximum height to the top of the elevator towers, which the zoning code exempts the equipment portion, the portion above what's required to provide access to that roof deck. The maximum height for that is 60 feet, 11 inches. And so for reference, typically the zoning code has a height limit of 35 feet when adjacent to RM20 zoning. And there is a 15-foot allowance for mechanical, elevator equipment, et cetera. But it is worth noting that although the proposed height exceeds the height limit, it does comply with the daylight plane as is. The plans include a setback analysis of the block along Middlefield. Typically Middlefield, this slide actually, yes, there is a special setback along Middlefield Road. And that's what's considered a special setback. It's slightly larger than typical setbacks required by zoning. And then the 16-foot required setback along Byron Street and University Avenue is the typical street side setback. And so what this project is proposing is 10 feet along both Middlefield and Byron and 6 feet along University. It is worth noting that the building does modulate somewhat. So this is the minimum setback. There are places along the perimeter of the building that have slightly larger setbacks, but it's only within a couple of feet. I also wanted to discuss parking. So this project will be utilizing a TDM, so Transportation Demand Management Plan, to have a 20% reduction in required parking spaces. Typically 110 parking spaces are required and 88 are proposed as a part of this project and is under review. The TDM plan is under review by our transportation division. Additionally, this slide shows the current definition of multifamily residential from the comprehensive plan. It lists, or it notes that the allowable density is 8 to 40 units, and it mentions allowable uses. And so office is not currently one of those allowable uses. And so we are recommending a proposed change that existing medical office may be maintained for the downtown and SoFA neighborhoods, and that the allowable density can be increased to 130 dwelling units per acre. The exact wording of the comprehensive plan changes are definitely still in progress and something you can provide feedback on. And so the recommended motion for tonight is for the PTC to provide initial comments and feedback and recommend that staff forward the proposed project to the Architectural Review Board, and a second action to take public comment on the proposed project, particularly as required since this is a scoping meeting for the preparation of the environmental impact report. However, as an alternative action, you may decline to move the project forward to the Architectural Review Board, at which point it would return to you, the PTC, with changes. Thank you. That concludes my presentation, and the applicant is here in person as well as on Zoom with their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for that. And I think the applicant goes next. Thank you. So please feel free to speak.
Good evening. I am Boyd Smith. We appreciate the opportunity to present this project to you this evening. It is worth noting this project is also being presented to you by Palo Alto Dental Group. We are in a joint venture with them, and this project represents a collaboration with them. They have owned the land I think since maybe 1934, have been operating in that location for that long. Also worth noting, if this project does proceed, PA Dental does intend to relocate somewhere else within the city boundaries. We presented this project to the City Council at a pre-screening hearing earlier this year. The project was received well. We received a lot of constructive feedback, much of which has been incorporated into the new design that will be presented to you this evening. Also worth knowing that PA Dental has received hundreds of signatures of support for this project. I look forward to answering any questions that may come, but I'll turn the time over to our architect now to present the project in more detail.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ted Korth with KSH Architects. So some of this, I won't try to repeat what Emily said because she was very thorough in her presentation, but maybe we'll go through these sheets here. Next, please. So I'll talk for a little bit, and then Paula Terry from the Gazzardo Partnership, our landscape architect, will be speaking about the landscape on the project. Next, please. So this is a context plan showing our site in the center of the page, just to show you that there are a number of other four-story buildings in the area. Mostly all residential projects as well that are the four-story buildings, even on the adjacent site on our same block. Sorry, my voice is disappearing. Next, please. So these are just some of the context views from around the property, looking at the different intersections or different corners of that intersection of Middlefield and University. Next, please. And then these are some of the other buildings that are 4 stories in the close proximity to this project as well. Next, please. So Emily described the ground floor, but the setbacks that we do have also are providing opportunity for landscape on all 4 sides of the project. So that's integrated, and Paula Terry will talk about that further later on. The 2 lobbies, both for the residential and the office use, are on University, and they're tucked in. You can see where there's a recess there. And the ground floor of the building has been raised 30 inches above grade to satisfy FEMA requirements for floods. So there's a gentle ramp on either side leading to each entrance. And at the center of the building, there's a recessed area that we thought would be a good opportunity for public art. Next, please. Amanda? Okay, thank you. So here's a rendering in the corner of Middlefield and University. It shows the 2 entrances along the ground. Planting at the base of the building and a lot of ins and outs, deep set windows and changes in plane to adjust the scale of the project, and gives it an active ground floor for the pedestrian use. Next, please. This is a view from Byron that shows the projecting balconies, the recessed areas in the darker color. We chose materials that we thought that a white color would be nice for the part of the form. And then we have a warm tone reminiscent of wood color for the recessed areas that are there. And the balconies are all clear glass. Next, please. So there are 2 basement levels. The ramp is on the lower right-hand corner. You can see that the plan has been tucked in to allow an existing really beautiful oak tree that's shown. Amanda's showing that. And we've set the building back and the foundation back so that that tree will not be affected by construction on the project. And our landscape architect will describe what the arborist findings have been for that tree and how to protect it. And this is the other below grade level for parking. Next, please. So again, the ground floor plan shows a garden off the ground floor space for the office area in the center that extends beneath the tree. The residential lobbies on the left side of the plan, the office lobbies on the right side of the plan. And again, the setbacks that I was describing earlier. Next, please. So these are the unit plans. There are 65 units in the building, combination of studios, 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units. And as Emily explained, they all have outdoor balconies as well. Next, please. At the 4th floor on the right side, you can see there's a green zone there, which is denoting outdoor terraces. The whole building is set back on that area to satisfy the daylight plane for the adjacent residential project. Next, please. And these are just diagrams, plans of the different types of units that are in the building, 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and studios. Next, please. Again, same thing. Next, please. And then at the top floor, there is an outdoor terrace that is primarily facing University Ave. It's set back from the bottom side of the project, so there are no balconies overlooking adjacent residential units. Next, please. These are just context drawings, show the scale of the project, the way it steps up and down, the way the planes change, the heights, and how it relates to the existing context. Next, please. And a view again of changes of plane, changes of color and material, the potential for public art in the center on the ground floor, and the office lobby on the left and the residential lobby on the right side of the plan. Next, please. And this is a view from the Middlefield side. It's showing how the building steps back on the upper left-hand corner down towards the adjacent residential building. And that is the angle that satisfies the daylight plane in your code. Next, please. This is the view that you can see where the building's been set back on the right-hand side on the top floor. And again, it shows changes in plane, a ground floor that's activated by nice large windows and projecting canopies as well. Next, please. And a view from Byron that shows the similar attributes. And next, please. And this section shows there's a diagonal line shown there that Amanda's marking. That is the line of the required daylight plane that this building complies with. Next, please. And this is for Paul Lettieri. Hopefully he's on a Zoom call. Thank you.
Yes, he is. Good evening, commissioners. I'll just briefly talk about the landscape for the site. The setbacks do give us the opportunity to have sort of a nice landscape foil in front of the building on pretty much all 4 sides of it. And the planters there are mostly over the garage structure, but the structure has been designed such that it's sunken, so the planters can actually be quite low. And the planting can be low enough too to satisfy any of the site distance requirements there are and still give us a really beautiful frontage. Yeah, that's good. I guess the other significant aspect of it is the big oak tree that is on the adjacent site. Part of what the arborist report asked us to do is to minimally disturb the ground around it, even where our wood deck is shown now. So what we're proposing to do is just build the deck on top of the existing paving and leave it in place to minimize changes. Generally, large oak trees don't like changes. Normally you wouldn't want asphalt around them, but there's been asphalt around this tree for I don't know how long, probably since it started growing there, since the site's been in use for quite a long time. So the idea was to minimize that disturbance and just go on top. The planters that are shown there are precast containers that would sit on gravel that would be on top of the asphalt that's there as well. We would just minimize disturbance anywhere near the tree. So that's kind of the idea, and that would also provide us with a nice little private deck for the folks in the building. It's a relatively small deck and would have furnishings and pretty low intensive kind of uses there. And then we have our pedestrian connections that take you out to the street, and there's some loading considerations along the edge there for move-ins and trash removal that would take you out through that walkway system. We've also accommodated stormwater treatment in the planters around the building, which is always a challenge on high density sites like this. I think we've done that. We've integrated that pretty nicely. We're proposing to remove a few of the street trees and replace them. The removal is because of the health and condition of a few of the trees. There's some that are in really great shape, and we're keeping those. The lighter green color are the trees we're keeping. The darker greens are the proposed. Yeah, maybe you go to the next slide, Amanda. The roof deck is next. Whoop, that was not what I had. Well, you can see if you've seen the site, the trees the tree that's out there is it's a beautiful California live oak, and we want to keep it that way. And it's had this amazing amount of development around it, and it's growing really well even with that adjacency. So keep going. Yeah, just to give you a sense, we're not putting a deck around the tree. This is another project we did in Mountain View with Kortsen and Smith Development, where we saved the big oak by doing a deck around it, and the ground is actually quite lower here, and that's worked out really great. That's been there for quite a long time. So just give you a sense of what the deck would feel like with the oak there, but there's nothing identical about what we're doing on this site, except that we will have a deck and we will preserve the big oak tree. Next slide. Yeah, the roof deck is divided into sort of, from the landscape perspective, it's divided into three parts, two sort of more active areas on each end, connected with more passive seating areas with some dense planting separating them. And they sort of are against the mechanical enclosure, which is the grayish color that's there. So when you're up on the space, that's just a foil. It's a foil background to the uses that can happen on the roof deck itself. We've got a couple of barbecues, and then some outdoor dining space. You go to the next one. This I won't go through all these images. This is sort of imagery to give you a sense of the paving materials, fencing materials. We've got several different kinds of fencing down on the ground plane, ranging from open wire to horizontal wood. The wood decking, as I described, bicycle racks, which we've accommodated, and low level lighting, and some of the pots that are there. Those are that would be happening at the deck and at the back of the building, as well as on the roof deck. And some of the lighting techniques that we might use up on the roof deck in the lower left corner in the planters. It's low level lighting to keep it sort of as minimal as possible, so it provides the mood and doesn't provide a lot of glare. Go to the next one. Some of the planting imagery. We have over 90% native plantings on the site. We work pretty hard at that. It's a high hurdle that Palo Alto requires, that it's becoming a little bit more normal, as a lot of these things are. It allows us to have sort of a good variety of foliage colors and types and textures, as well as some color in flower and foliage and fruiting as well. So it sort of hits a lot of the things that you want to get with native planting. And these are all plants that have a good track record for survival, which isn't always true for natives in these more urban environments. But we're pretty good. We're pretty confident about how this is going to work. And I think with that, I think that concludes our presentation. So I'll turn it back to the commission. Any questions you may have?
Okay, commissioners, if you have any clarifying questions, I believe that's what we do next lately for staff or the applicant. Go ahead, Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. So just the clarifying questions for staff. So I noticed in the subjects of the EIR, biology was included, and I was a little curious about that because it's a built-out site. Is that mostly related to concerns regarding trees?
Correct. Yes, it's all regarding protection of the oak tree. The environmental consultant we've already moved forward with doing a LiDAR, so ground penetrating radar survey of the tree roots.
Okay. And thank you. Next question. There are two office buildings there currently. Are those both legal nonconforming for the zoning?
I want to say they are grandfathered for zoning and non-conforming for the comp plan amendment or for the comp plan.
Okay, but in the absence of this project, let me ask a related question. In the absence of this project, can they continue to be used for office, or is there some reason that they can no longer be used for office?
Yes, so the RM20 zoning section of the code, section 18.13.070, specifically discusses grandfathered uses, which refers to the professional and medical office uses in this neighborhood.
Okay. And then the last question I have is the city's one of the issues here is the dwelling units per acre. And I'm wondering if when the city determines dwelling units per acre, is that based on the actual dwelling units proposed of various different sizes, or is there a standardized, like in the city, a dwelling unit is 1,000 square feet, and it doesn't matter if that's half of the actual dwelling unit or 2 dwelling units. Is it standardized, or is it based on what's actually proposed?
It's based on what's actually proposed. The size of the unit is not taken into account. So you are correct that, larger units would inherently have a lower dwelling unit per acre.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Any other, I see Commissioner Chang.
So I don't know if staff's going to be able to answer this question, but when the housing element ad hoc of the PTC was meeting with Director Late, he had shown us some feasibility studies, and I was wondering if and I seem to have recalled that there was a feasibility study done on this particular lot. Do you know about that at all?
Not for this particular property. I mean, I know in general, as a part of the housing element preparation, the long-range planning group looks at the development potential of various sites and does estimate what the development potential is, but that is based on the densities of the current comprehensive plan policies.
Got it. Okay. Next question. Question about the square footage. So I noticed that on in the title on packet page 107, the proposed residential square footage states that it's 42189, but then there's a different number on the table on packet page 116, where the residential square footage on the, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth row from the bottom is 43,664. So that's a difference of about 1,500 square feet, which would be like the equivalent of 4 units.
So the applicant did resubmit the plans on November 8th, and we made some kind of last minute adjustments to account for that. But yeah, most of the information, the plans include a summary table.
Accurate.
Yes.
Maybe the applicant can help us with that.
Go ahead. It should be on.
I think it's just attributed to a recent resubmittal we did, and the unit count and the size of the units didn't change. What happened was we kind of reshuffled the elevators in the ground floor, so there's some reduced lobby area. So that's mostly what that area change was.
So then the lower area is the correct
I believe
one.
the lower area is the correct one, yes.
Okay. And then a question for staff. I know that I've watched the city council pre-screening meeting as well, and had a question about why the setbacks if staff knows now why the setbacks are what they are on Middlefield as well as on University, like what was the thinking behind it?
Back in the 50s, the car was king. And I'll just say that, they were planning for the expansion of the city, including expansion of roadways to handle more cars, is the general overarching concept for all of those special setbacks is my understanding.
Okay. And then, sorry, I'm gonna make sure I ask my questions. Oh, how does what this proposal compare to what a developer could ask for with the state density bonus? Like, would staff be able to kind of give us a little primer on that?
I don't have the exact numbers for that, but that is something that we could look at and have.
Through the chair to Commissioner Chang, are you interested in seeing a table that compares side by side the proposal with what could be done?
Or even just kind of a summary of like what the state, yeah, sure, a table would be great, but I don't know if you know off the top of your head what the state density bonus might allow, like how this
as far as number of units?
Yeah, relative to affordability, right? Like, yeah.
Yeah, because typically it's, there's a base zoning that's allowed, the range that's on the site under the current zoning. And then, this is a PC, so it's different. But, and then there's the density bonus above the maximum, which would be allowed based on how many affordable units. I don't have that number.
You don't, okay. And then do we know how, there was, the applicant had shown some elevations, but do we know how tall Lytton Gardens and the Hamilton are? Just for neighborhood context?
Yeah, I mean, we know that it's a similar number of floors, but we don't have the exact feet.
Okay. I have a whole bunch of more detailed questions about the parking requirement calculations but I'll postpone that till later. And then a question about how are the affordable, when we're saying that something should be, say, 20% of the units are affordable, how do we distribute the affordability across the different unit types? Like, are we supposed to have a proportional representation so that if 50 of them, I'm going to make up numbers, like if 50% of the units were studios, then 20% of that 50% should be affordable. And then if, a different percentage, anyway, am I making, like, is it proportional?
I understand your question.
Yeah.
I don't believe that is regulated. It would be, in some ways it's up to the applicant, but since this is a PC, there would be some ability for the PTC to make a recommendation on that.
That's correct. And basically the materials and all of that, of course, need to be the same so that they're indistinguishable from the units that are market rate.
Right. Does that also apply? So how is the parking distributed then? Right. Because when I looked at the chart on page 117, where there's the parking spaces are associated with a particular type of unit, like studio there's 47 studios and 43 spaces associated with them. And then 12 one bedrooms and 6 spaces associated with them. How does the affordability then layer into that? And does it mean that all the affordable units have no parking, or how does that all fit together?
These numbers from our parking code just says how many total,
right,
based on the number of bedrooms. So as far as I know, these are not assigned spaces in the complex, but that would be something to clarify.
Okay, that helps too. And then a clarification question here about on packet page 116. There's about in the middle of the table, the regulation column says rear yard daylight plane. So what's which elevation are we talking about here? Is this the side facing Byron or the side facing the oak tree? I just didn't know what it was referring to.
It's the Byron Road street side.
Okay, can we see the elevation just so that we understand what you're,
Yes.
I just didn't even understand what the request was.
So because the properties across Byron Street are also zoned RM20, a daylight plane applies like relative to that. I believe it is 10 feet and 45 degrees. But I should double check that. And so, or it should say in that table. Yeah, 10 feet at the setback line and then 45 degrees. And so typically the rear setback is an interior lot line. And in this case, it is a street side lot line. And so, we think that allowance to encroach is reasonable, but
because there's the buffer of the street.
Correct.
Understood. Okay, I just couldn't understand what was what we were talking, which side we were talking about. I wasn't. Thank you for clarifying that. And then finally, is there an anticipated occupancy that we Palo Alto use for office space? So do we say an office employee or medical office typically has X number of or one employee per certain amount of square feet? And does general traditional office have a different number, or do we use any rules of thumb for that?
We can reference our parking. We require one parking space per 250 square feet of office space, and that's whether it's business office or medical office.
Okay. That's helpful. That's it for me.
Go ahead, Commissioner Rickdahl.
Yeah, I'm curious. The elevator shaft is like 20 feet above the floor. Why is that? It seems much larger than normal. Is there a particular reason for that?
Yes, that is because the roof is occupiable space. So because there is a roof deck, the elevator provides access to the roof deck, and then the mechanical equipment that would typically be at the roof level is still on top of that.
So the roof deck covers just part of the roof, and then they have an equipment room there.
Yes.
And so it's just the fact that the elevator has to go up one extra floor to that roof. Correct. Normally, the elevator would just service the top floor of the building. You have a stairway for roof access.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. The next is the mixture of unit size. We have 47 studios, 12 one bedroom, and 6 2 bedrooms, which is skewing very small. Can the consultant or the app
Yeah, so thanks for the question. So we studied a lot of different kind of other apartment projects in Palo Alto and throughout the area, and we came to this conclusion partially after talking to the council and pre-screening hearing, hearing some of their advice. We made some adjustments. I think we're also open to exploring other mixtures as well, but we kind of went through several different iterations, talked to consultants. We've hired a apartment consultant that does other projects in the area, and this was kind of a combination of a lot of different third-party studies for what would be representative for the area.
So you were looking at demand, or you were looking at what do the studies look at?
Yeah, I mean, for instance, there's obviously a few other projects here in downtown. Well, very few projects that are new in downtown Palo Alto, but other Palo Alto apartment buildings as well as other neighboring cities. And so it's partially looking at demand. It's also just looking at typical unit sizes for this type of urban project. typically for a downtown project like this, it's going to demand different unit sizes than, for instance, if you're in the outskirts of downtown. Downtowns tend to demand more kind of single studio, one bedroom type units. Those families aren't typically going to come to a downtown location like this. So that's definitely one of the drivers.
Okay, thank you. And the next question, maybe you want to stay up there and answer this question, is the Middlefield driveway. We have this entrance and exit on Middlefield, very close to the intersection of University, which is a busy intersection. Was there any consideration of putting this on another street, whether it be University or Byron?
To staff, the University was kind of a no-go. That was be even more difficult. The challenge with Byron is it partially conflicts with the tree. So in saving the tree kind of on the backside, it makes the most sense to have the driveway going in through Middlefield, because then we can save all the root structure and everything of the tree. So that was a high priority in kind of designing in and out of the project.
Okay. Yeah, that's tough when you're building in a developed area, right? It's much easier to develop in cornfields.
Yeah, I mean, if there wasn't a tree, I think we definitely probably would have come off of Byron. It just made it more difficult logistically to do that.
Okay. Do you anticipate having just right turns coming out, or will traffic be allowed to turn across, take a left turn across Middlefield?
So I'm almost positive it's just a right turn out of the project, because I think that would be a traffic problem.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Any other commissioner questions? So I think I'll save questions. A lot of my questions were answered, and I'll save questions for our discussion, because I see a lot of members of the public and I don't know how many want to speak. So I think maybe we should get to that.
Vice Chair Suma, I received 3 speaker cards, 1 individual person and 2 groups that requested 10 minutes.
Okay. Why don't we go ahead, if that's all right, why don't we go ahead and do that then?
Okay. So I'll start with people who are in person here. Our first speaker is Carol Gilbert.
Welcome, Ms. Gilbert.
Thank you. Yes, I'm Carol Gilbert, and I'm a resident and on the board at the Hamilton. And I am one of the people here as a resident and a board member speaking for the many people that we were able to bring from the Hamilton who definitely object to the 660 University plan as proposed. And you'll hear a number of reasons why. I come at it from kind of a different direction. 660 University is at the corner of really what is known as Senior Corners. It's where the Hamilton a bit next door to Lytton Gardens is the Webster property as well. It's the perfect location for some additional housing requirement for Palo Alto. But I really think that it should have more affordable senior housing. And over the past few years, various councils have permitted the city to let all 3 affordable places to live turn into luxury boutique hotels. And I'm not going to mention them now, but 660 purports to provide public benefits. But if you look at their proposal, all you see are requests to amend the city requirements so that another concrete monolith can spring from the sidewalk for more affluent residents. I'm not a NIMBY. I actually think of myself as a YIMBY when it fits the location and the needs of Palo Alto. And I've recently met with the Low Income Senior Housing Committee and totally understand how much they have lost and how desperately they want accommodations here in town, where many of the people they represent have lived their entire lives and don't know how to downsize or where to downsize. 660 provides so few units for very low to low income tenants. Everything else is called workforce, which will appeal to single young people who make a good income. Those rentals will not be affordable in the normal use of the word, and what you might permit the Smiths to build here should balance greed with need. So I ask you to carefully review their many requests for setbacks and number of units, and to press for affordable units for seniors who will impact traffic, parking, and noise much less. Thank you.
And excuse me, Ms. Gilbert, but if you would like to speak longer, we actually allow 5 minutes per speaker for this kind of item. And we will often, if there are a lot of speakers, reduce it to 3, but you have 2 minutes left if you would like to use them. It doesn't affect the group speakers, but it affects individual speakers.
Okay. I will make one comment about, and I don't know the numbers of the pages that showed exterior views, but I found them, and this is perhaps more important to the Architectural Review Committee, but it does impact traffic. They show lovely sketches of the property they hope to build. Do you see a lot of cars? Do you see cars parked in them? You see a few nice people walking along the sidewalk. Well, that's not the reality of that location. And I think that all of you on this committee are familiar with what is along Byron, which is narrow and parked all the time. University, which is a main thoroughfare and busy all the time, with very little parking available, and Middlefield, which certainly doesn't have parking available. And my heart goes out to anyone that's going to live there and have to ingress or egress onto Middlefield. That's really all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Christopher Ream, and Christopher Ream gets 10 minutes because there are 5 people who donated his time to him.
I do have a request. We had wanted to have Lee Prince speak before me. Is that possible?
Yes, that is possible.
Could you?
Like? Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So our next speaker is Leah Prince.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Lee Prince, and I'm the land use attorney representing the Hamilton, the senior community. As outlined in my letter and affirmed in the letters from residents, the density and intensity at which this project is proposed is simply too much. As proposed, the project is 6.5 times the maximum allowable zoning density. The project is more than 3 times the maximum comprehensive plan density. It is 1.5 times more dense than the highest density identified anywhere in the city in the draft housing element. Compared to the Hamilton, it is more than 3 times as dense. It is closest in density to, but still exceeds the density of Lytton Gardens, a project which provides a significant public benefit by serving low to moderate income elderly and disabled persons. Second, the proposed affordable housing is woefully inadequate to justify such a significant increase in density and the accompanying increase in height, site coverage, and FAR, and decrease in setbacks. The project proposes 20% affordable. To put it into perspective, state law mandates that the city grant a 35% density bonus for a project that proposes 20% low-income units. With a maximum comp plan density of 20 units, this would result in a 27-unit project, a much smaller project. And I do want to note, in response to Commissioner Chang's question, I do have a footnote in my letter outlining what state law would allow in exchange for various levels of affordability. If approved as proposed, the city would be allowing a far greater density increase than that mandated by state law. Further, the affordable housing makes a de minimis, less than 1% dent in the city's RHNA goals. Again, little benefit to the community and perhaps even a burden to the neighboring seniors. By any measure, this project is proposed at an unreasonably high density, and the Hamilton encourages the PTC to recommend the project's density be significantly reduced before it can move forward. Finally, the project adds general office. However, office is not permitted. General office, unlike the existing medical office, provides no benefits to the seniors living here. It simply adds intensity. Thus, the Hamilton encourages the PTC to recommend the office be removed from this project and not move forward as currently proposed. And the last thing I'll note as well is the letter I submitted is intended to be a comment on the notice of preparation and highlights issues such as traffic and air quality that need to be considered as this moves through the environmental review process. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, next speaker, please. And I think if it's a group of speakers, you should probably list all their names.
Okay, got it.
Thank you.
So our next speaker is Christopher Ream. Christopher Ream was kind enough to let Leah Prince to talk first. Yep. And the people who donated their time to Christopher is Leroy Barnes, Nanny Martin, Jean Park, Peter Sturrock, thank you, and Justin Forbes.
Thank you. Go ahead.
There you go. Got to really get it close, huh? Okay. I've been a resident of Palo Alto for 51 years. Moved here in 1971. Back then, bought a house for $33,000 and thought I'd really made a mistake. I went $2,000 over my budget. But things have changed now, as we can see, hearing all this. I moved into the Hamilton 4 years ago, having gotten a little bit older, and found it a very pleasant place to live. I'm a little scared by this project, what it might do to the neighborhood, and that's why I'm opposing it. And I've talked to many, many people in the Hamilton, and it's close to unanimous. There was one woman who didn't want to get involved in it. Close to unanimous opposed to it. I wanted to, at this point, just hit on a couple what I think are very obvious points. First, the tree. Everybody's been talking about the tree. I agree, it is a magnificent coastal live oak tree. If you don't know what we're talking about, please go down University Avenue sometime. Just look across the parking lot between the two dental buildings and you'll see that tree. It's incredible. The tree's in the center of that block. It's got a 50-inch diameter trunk. What is that, about like this? That's the trunk. The applicant's own arborist says that it has a 90-foot canopy. It's huge and it's beautiful. Their arborist says that it has a high rating on suitability for preservation. And so they recognize it needs to be preserved. But I don't think what they're planning is going to preserve that tree. Now, I'm not an arborist, but I've read a little bit on this. Apparently you have a tree protection zone, which I think is calculated one in two ways. One is that you take 10 times the diameter, and that becomes what you come out with, what is it? It's 42 feet radius. Okay, apparently people are nodding over there because you guys obviously know this better than I do. But I've also seen some place where you measure where the canopy is, and they're pretty close. A 90-foot canopy would be a 45-foot radius. So we're pretty close there. On all their drawings in their application, they have a little dotted line around this live oak tree, and the building comes right up to it. That radius is only 30 feet. So we're 15 feet intruding into the building. And that's the actual building. Imagine the limbs out there, and you saw the building has all these balconies. You know perfectly well they're going to cut back that tree quite a bit. If you've got a balcony there, hope I can't get out on the balcony because there's a limb right there up against the building. So they're going to cut it back a lot. Also, you have to appreciate, I'm not a construction man, but I have to assume that when you're doing some construction, it's going to go a little bit beyond where the architect drew the line. And that's going to hurt the roots, I'm sure. One of the things I worry about is that, is it going to fall over? They're going to be cutting off roots on one side. And on that same side, they're going to be cutting off large limbs. Is that going to unbalance it? And then the roots aren't going to be able to support it. And it's going to crash into the Cardinal Dental building and also into the side of the Hamilton. We have 14 units on that side of the building looking out at this tree. They admire it. It gives them nice afternoon shade. But they're not going to like it if the damn thing crashes into them, which I think is going to be a possibility based upon the way this plan has been written. So what I'm going to ask is that you please have your city arborist really look into this. And I just heard about LiDAR tonight. I had not heard about that before. But really take a look at the plan, because they're going to have to do things like digging and construction and cutting off those limbs because they're intruding into the building. And how far back are they going to do it? They're not going to just cut them off at the edge of the building. They're obviously going to cut them off a lot further back. So I appreciate that if you could urge your city arborist to really look into that. Shifting over to parking. They say there's 110 units required or spaces required. I will accept that. But I count the spaces on their drawings and I see 82 spaces. Now, I think they said they had 87, and that may be because there's some ADA access aisles, which somehow or other you get credit for those as parking spaces. But of course, they're not really parking spaces. So if you're driving a car and you live there, what are your odds that you're going to be able to get a parking spot? Because you can't park in an ADA aisle, that's for sure. So where are they going to, there's 28 spaces short from what they say is they're required to do. Where are those 28 cars going to park? Not going to be able to park on Byron, I can tell you that there is no place to park on Byron when you go there. At night, yeah, maybe, but not during the day. Also have a little thing about, I don't completely understand it, but they have this trash company that's going to be doing a lot of stuff. Apparently it looked like it were going to take up a couple, 2 or 3 parking spots. Keep that in mind. I would like your review to look into that parking. What's going to happen on parking, which is tough in downtown already. And then what Commissioner Rectal, you brought up a favorite of mine, and that is Middlefield Road, the garage. It's not the entrance, it's the exit. Where are you going to go when you get in your car down in the garage? Why did you get in the car? Well, I need to go to Stamford, or I need to go downtown, or I'm going to go out to the Baylands, or go to San Francisco, go out to the freeway, or I'm going to go up to that big Safeway in Menlo Park. You're always going to want to turn left onto Middlefield, less than 100 feet from the traffic light. Anybody want to take some bets on how many traffic jams you're going to have on those two roads? I mean, on Middlefield, which will then lead to traffic jam on University. It's going to be terrible, I tell you. Office, moving to office. Why would you want to have another office put in there? The whole thing you're fighting for is trying to meet the, what is it, RENA? Is that how you pronounce it? RENA rules, which I understand are based upon how many offices there are. You have to have housing. Well, if you add all this housing, this office space, you're not helping yourself. Density, well, Ms. Prince went over that, and I think her letter goes in that in great detail, which you ought to really take a look at. And finally, I was very surprised when I took a look at the, well, it turns out it's not the most recent, the number 3 filing, I guess, where they had what I'll call the party deck. And if you look at that, you've got a TV screen up there with 8 lounge chairs, double lounge setup where 8 people can be watching a football game or something. 2 barbecues with them, counter space for those barbecues, 10-person tables, on and on and on. If I was 25 years old, I'd love it. But as Ms. Gilbert said, this is senior corner. It's going to be pretty raucous. And it's just not appropriate. So ask on your draft EIR, look into that noise factor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee.
Thank you. Our next speaker is in Zoom, and it's Alan Brower.
Yes, my name is Alan Brower. I'm owner of 630 University Avenue, which is directly across the street on Byron from the proposed project. And I have 3 questions, 2 of which have already been touched on by a couple of the other speakers, but specifically noise and driveway access, particularly during construction. Yeah, our building, 630 University, is largely used by mental health professionals, therapists, where peace and quiet is essential. And I'm quite concerned about what kind of noise mitigation measures the construction is going to employ to minimize the impact particularly during the day, which is when construction would happen, so as not to make therapy difficult, if not impossible. Is that going to limit the access to Byron Street? There are obviously several driveways on Byron Street, including, of course, the Hamilton. And I'm wondering what kind of mitigation measures there are going to be for that. And then the third is a question, is the proposed zoning change allowing the exception for medical office space in the area south of Middlefield, is that exception for this project only or a general zoning change? Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Suma, that concludes oral communications for this item. I do not see any raised hands and I don't have any speaker cards.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll bring it back to the commission then. And I'll just ask who would like to start us off. You want to take a break? Unless the commission, I have a request from the commission to take a quick break. would 7 minutes be? 5 minutes would be acceptable to the commission, if that's all right with everyone. So we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. Okay, Commission, we're all back. So Commissioner Templeton is not back yet. But she'll be back any second. So why don't we go ahead and start with commissioner comments?
I have a couple of questions for staff.
Okay, Commissioner.
Has the city arborist, the tree was mentioned, has the city arborist reviewed this at all? Reviewed the tree?
Yes, the urban forestry department reviewer has looked at this as a part of the staff review. I can look up if that review is considered complete or if there are still items that are being addressed, but in general, it is an ongoing review.
Okay, and
so protecting this tree is definitely a priority for this project. And so I can't necessarily speak to the specifics, but we would not be moving forward a proposal that was likely to be significantly damaging.
okay, thank you. The next question is about TDMs. They mentioned TDMs in there. Is that for the residential parking or is that for the business, the office parking?
For both.
Okay, and so we get 20% reduced parking. I understand if you have an office and you can encourage trips to be taken with public transit, for example. I can see that being potentially effective. But you not only have to encourage people to, if for residential portion, encourage them to take public transit, but also not own a car. And I don't see a TDM being effective for residential car ownership. Do we have any experience with that? Has it been effective in the past?
Typically, we're doing the TDMs. The TDM program have not been around that long. So my experience of them has been related to, non-residential projects. But having said that, for a PC, we have all the options on the table for the city to impose conditions and such.
So we have done TDMs for residential before?
Like I'm saying, I'm not very familiar if that's been done before. I have not been involved, but
okay.
I'm just saying with any PC, and this is a PHC, we have options to, explore that and look into that.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Chang. Well, Vice Chair, I know you were holding your questions, so I wanted to see maybe if you wanted to go first before I launched into my further detailed questions. No, you go ahead. I'll go last. Okay. I was wondering if staff could please explain LiDAR and how that works with respect to the tree roots and all of that. I mean, not technically how it works, but what it is. Like, I don't.
So it is a survey of where the tree roots are located with the intent of being able to have, so the TPZ is like an estimate of where the tree roots probably are. By having the LiDAR, we will have a more specific understanding of where the tree roots are actually located, both in terms of like breadth into the property as well as depth. There are certain standards in the arborist report and in our urban forestry code regarding how tree roots are handled near excavation. We encounter this very frequently in projects, even for, like single family houses and stuff. And so there will be mitigations and standard best practices regarding what type of excavation, if, it has to be hand tools or something, the closer you get to potential tree root encounters.
Okay. And I missed it earlier. So you said the LiDAR has not happened yet, correct, when you referred to it? Or is it in progress, or we don't know the results?
It's in progress.
Okay, we don't know the results. Yeah. Great, thanks. A question I wanted to follow, because I had just watched the
city council pre-screening. A number of city council members had asked whether it would be possible, whether the residents in this development would be able to buy parking permits in the RPP. And that was a question posed to staff at the pre-screening, and I didn't know if there was more information about the feasibility of potentially excluding this development from that. Because if I'm going to live in this building and know that I cannot park, then I'm going to do it only if I'm happy without a car. But if I think I can park and buy a permit, right, then I'll be like, oh, okay, I can park on the street. And so I think there's data out there that says if you can actually incentivize less car use, and this is a great location for that. So I wanted to see if it street from the RPP program. Do either of you know?
Again, I think because it's a PC, it's a legislative project and quasi-judicial, there are options here. I think we haven't had experience to do it because RPPs are generally, from the ground up of the adjoining neighborhood that want to be in an RPP.
Right.
So this would be something to explore with.
I mean, because what I had heard in the council discussion was that we would need to redraw the boundaries of the RPP, and there might be difficulties kind of carving out one corner from it. And it would, potentially run into problems with respect to precedent. And so I didn't know if from a legal perspective, if you have any perspective.
Yes, Kyle Ariano, Assistant City Attorney. Thank you. It is, I guess my answer is possibly. I think the way we ought to look at it and the way we ought to consider residential parking permit is, yes, what we have now might have to change, but in looking at how we balance parking demands for new developments with the existing residential parking permit program, is we would have to really look at it in combination with the proposed TDMs or proposed TDM and really just do a holistic approach on how it is we would manage parking demand in the permit program, what the project provides from an off-street parking perspective, and how the TDM fits into that. But in terms of saying point blank, we would exclude a new development from being able to participate in the RPP, I think the answer to that is no.
No, we can't. Sorry. Okay. Thank you.
If I could just interject on that point, because I think on the Sobrato development we had very recently, I thought that exclusion was actually a part of the overall proposed project. So that's where I thought you were drawing from that, because that suggested to me that it can be made a condition of approval, because the concern there was similar, right? That we don't want overflow parking outside the boundaries of that particular project area in North Ventura.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking the question is because, there's that proposal that we've seen on Sobrato where the residents are excluded. They're required to park, in their garages or on the property. But then this is a little bit of a different situation because with respect to the Sobrato property, it's not a question of carving out just one little corner, I believe. It's like the boundaries of the RPP are a little bit different. And at least that was the point that was brought up in the council meeting. So that is a question that I would still have about kind of the feasibility of doing it either from I don't know enough about RPPs nor the RPP in effect in this area, but it would alleviate some of the concerns about the density were we to be able to do something like that. And might kind of incentivize that, there's concerns about density, there's concerns about traffic and safety and greenhouse gas emissions. All of it would put the incentives in the right direction where we're able to essentially make it clear to somebody coming to live in the property that they could not have a car.
So I think with the Sobrata, that's a development agreement, which, as you know, that's a negotiated, people coming to the table and talking through, negotiating. So in this case, we have another legislative document that has possibilities, but it's not a development agreement per se. It's something that gets explored. So we certainly hear you, and we can certainly look into that further.
Okay, thanks. That's it for now, because we're keeping it to questions, correct?
Questions and comments.
So sorry, I do have one more. I did have like this really detailed parking questions about the calculation. So on packet page 117. On packet page 117, the table 2, where it says that there's 1.5 spaces per 2-bedroom required. Isn't it 2 spaces that are required?
Yes.
And then similarly, where it says 1.2 spaces are required per 1-bedroom unit, I think it's just 1. So
that's correct. And the plans accurately show that is the requirement.
Oh, okay. So these are just typos sort of, or things that vestigial. So then the calculation where it says that 70, like I kind of did the math with the other numbers, and it would indicate that it's 71 required instead of 73. So I wondered if there was a difference perhaps, because how does the ADA parking factor into the parking requirement? What ADA parking is required, if anything, over and above the parking requirements?
So typically the ADA parking is included in the required parking, but I think, and the applicant can clarify, since the intent was to have the spaces be unassigned, they are including the ADA parking as separate from the required, but that's not typically what our zoning code requires.
Wait, sorry, could you repeat that again? They're keeping it separate from?
Yeah, they're including the ADA spaces as in addition to the required spaces, even though that's not how the zoning code would typically break it down. So 71 spaces are required, but the applicant is noting 73 as being required in the plan set because they are including the 2 ADA spaces in addition to the per unit spaces, but that is not a requirement.
Oh, well, because I thought that the 73 resulted as the 73 required was as a result of the incorrect math, like the incorrect assignment of spaces per unit, right? If using 1.2 and 1.5 instead of 1 and 2. The applicant can help.
Well, no, I mean, the 73 is just from the plans, separate from the text.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe to say that, yeah, Emily, everything you said is correct.
Okay, thank you. So then I guess my comment about this is it's quite a bit. So originally, when this was first presented to council, it was a reduction of spaces from 115 to 103, which was a 10% reduction. And council had certainly asked the applicant to look at a TDM, but it's a pretty drastic reduction. And so I'm concerned about that. Especially as I look at how the parking is assigned to I'm not quite, maybe the applicant again can speak about whether the parking is assigned to the units or whether it's just going to be a free for all, like first come, first serve for the residents. Because right now in the table, it sort of implies that the parking is assigned to the unit. So it says 47 studio units get 43 spaces. And then 6 2-bedroom units get 8 spaces. And then 12 1-bedroom units get 6 spaces. And it's just really concerning to me because if I think about a 1-bedroom with a couple living there, we're saying that they're going to have, let's hypothetically say that there's 12 one-bedrooms and that there's 24 people living there, but there's going to be 6 spaces for them, right? Even if it's one person living in each of the one-bedrooms, only half of them are going to have cars. So I'm just wondering how that's all going to work.
I'll try to answer your question. So the idea is there'll be assigned spaces. So it's like an opt-in. It's when you come in and lease a unit, you'll say, I'm buying this unit with you're buying this space with my unit. But you're correct. Not all units will have a space available.
Okay.
So to your point
So it will
earlier,
be assigned, but it's not necessarily assigned in this way, where 43 spaces are associated with 47 units. It's kind of when I rent.
when you rent, you opt in. So it's like you were saying before. It is true. The idea is to incentivize some people to not own a car.
Right. Okay. Then one more question, because I was kind of raising this earlier with respect to the affordability then. The parking spaces are not attached to the unit in any way. So it's decoupled, correct? So if I rent an affordable unit, do I get an affordable parking space option, or do I not? Or are the parking spaces completely decoupled, in which case they're market rate? And so, the poor resident who's poor and commuting someplace to their job, can't afford the parking space.
That is a great question. I think that's something we're definitely willing to hear ideas on that, because you're correct. If you're decoupling it, then we should think through a process by which, if you have an affordable unit, it's perhaps offered at a more affordable rate, so you can potentially opt into that parking space, just like someone who's in a market rate unit.
Yeah, I was very concerned about that, in particular when I saw I loved that you guys had a affordable 2-bedroom unit. But if I think about who's going to use an affordable 2-bedroom unit, they're going to put 4 people in there at least if they can, right? Trying to stretch the affordability. Well, that means some kids, and it's really difficult to live without a car with children.
I agree. I think in the 2-bedroom units, for sure, I think it's foreseeable that yes, a 2-bedroom unit would come with a parking space.
Right.
Again, it is decoupled, but perhaps we can come up with some method whereby.
So I just want to make sure that we address it, because otherwise it kind of guarantees that we're using street parking for some of these units. Okay, thanks. I can keep going, but I have so many questions, but I want to give some other people a chance to speak.
Okay, I'll make some comments because none of the other commissioners have their lights on. So I'm very concerned about the issues Commissioner Chang just brought up. And I will say that unless I'm remembering incorrectly, the workforce housing project on the corner of El Camino and Page Mill was exempted from the parking permit program. So I think we can do that. Whether or not it's a good thing, I don't know, but I think we can do that. And then I would like to point out that the President Hotel apartments, before the 70 units were cleared out for the luxury hotel, they were mostly all of them buying permits, residential permits. So, we have to be very careful about making assumptions about what people are going to do before they give up a car. And I do think, to Commissioner Chang's point, it's kind of people at lower income levels often have more need for a car and less ability to pay for other modes of transportation that are going the direction they need to go. So I think that's a big issue. I believe, and I had a question about the tree. Was this application under the old tree ordinance or the recently adopted updated tree ordinance?
I would need to check with urban forestry to see if they are applying their new one. Like if sometimes the cutoff for a new ordinance is tied to building permits rather than tied to planning entitlements, but I don't know off the top of my head which applies
I
here.
think there's some confusion about when, with that, and it would make a big difference, I think, because the new tree ordinance, full disclosure, I was one of the citizen groups that worked on it, has much bigger protections for trees. And I would want to, and I'm sure it's everyone's intention to share that, to save that tree. I mean, that's my dental office, and that tree is really magnificent. And it was there way before there was asphalt there, based on the size of it. It's much older than that. It's really big. And and I'm not sure about, the raised deck above it and the picture that was shown. I know that was a different project, but the deck was cut very tight around the tree. And I don't know if it was at the right place around the tree or if it was big enough. So I think we'll need some really careful work on this tree by the arborist. And so it would be better for the tree, if everyone agrees, if it was looked at under the updated ordinance. And then I think I don't think it's called LIDAR. I think it's ground penetrating radar, and it's used in construction. I don't think it's quite as, I think LIDAR, I could be wrong, you guys can tell me, but that's used for really intense archaeological purposes. And I don't think it's used in construction, just so you know, if somebody says GPR, that's ground penetrating radar. So in general, I have a lot of concerns, I think, that the neighborhood does about this project. And I'm also concerned about the impacts of extending the ability to take what was medical office in a larger area and have it become general office, and the impacts on residential parking and that. And also, I think Commissioner Reckdahl mentioned this, and I think Commissioner Chang touched on it, but a TDM really, if you read carefully, 1852, I think it's 050, you're supposed to provide proof before the parking reduction is allowed by the director. It's a pretty high bar as I read it, and you can bring it up if you want to, but I can read it also. I typed it up. And one of the problems, I think we've been having trouble knowing if TDMs are working because they were granted kind of on the hope that the plan would work, as opposed to the pretty strict rules saying you have to know it's going to work. You have to show that it's going to work. You have to demonstrate it. There has to be a reason it's going to work. And in the absence of people not having cars, regardless of whether they use them every day, you still, great if people can walk to their work or take public transportation. I will note this is not within a half mile of the transit center. But people still have cars because they like to do other things that they can't go to cars to. And not everyone is in a position to not own a car because of having young children or health issues. So I'm pretty skeptical about TDMs because we have no data on, and I think Ms. French mentioned this, I couldn't quite hear you, but we don't have a lot of data on how TDMs work. We have none, as I understand it. So I would want to look really carefully again at 1852, if I'm citing the right exact thing, 040 or 1852 050 adjustments by the director. I would want to look really carefully at that and make sure that we were looking at that correctly. And I would also like to mention, with regards to special setbacks on arterial streets, I believe the purpose, though it's been hard to find out when I've asked this many times, but we have them on most arterial or larger streets in the city. And I think they were put there, and I think Ms. French is correct, for in the future if we needed to widen the streets, because we were car-centric at the time the decisions were made. But guess what? We're now really street-centric to have multimodal streets that accommodate also non-car uses, and we'd like those bike lanes basically to be separate from pedestrian lanes, which are sidewalks, and we'd like them to be separated when possible. So I think we're going to really need to retain those special setbacks on those streets as we as we want to have more bike riding and non-vehicle riding, and we want multimodal complete streets, as they're called. So I'm very uncomfortable with making those decisions on an ad hoc, piece by piece basis without realizing the value of having those setbacks in the future should we need to expand the streets for bikes. And I don't think it's a very good thing when bikes and pedestrians come into conflict either, because I'm a real walker, not a biker. And it's the threat of being hit by a bike going really fast is pretty real too. So I'm not, I also think that if you look at 1838-150 special requirements for PCs, and these are requirements they're requirements when you choose to apply for a PC development. These requirements exist for all of them, and they do protect other adjacent nearby uses from PCs with 150-foot height transition. That is still the case. It may not in the future. Zones, PC zones, because we want to use them now to help build our housing demand. But it's still the case that when they abut low density residential, which is RM20 or a residential PC, which would be the Hamilton, that height restriction still exists. Now, I understand that's a kind of constrained site when you think of it from University to where it abuts, the Hamilton or the other little lot. So it's not that deep there, right? So it would be kind of hard, but these are some of the reasons I think that despite how much I appreciate this project coming forward and providing housing, for me, it would be more successful if it was scaled back in terms of its use. And by that, I mean being all housing and not having medical use, and maybe being more mindful of setbacks. I think 45-foot height along University at 6 feet setback, I think it is. That's a pretty bizarre pattern for our city, and I don't think it would be attractive or welcoming. And as much as we want housing, I think we have to think about putting more housing in more places and not impacting negatively current conditions and future residents with projects that are just too impactful. So I'd like to see this project scaled back in a lot of ways. And I don't think it's, I'm not interested in having office in this location, general office. The medical exemption and professional exemption in this area was because it already existed when the law was put in. So we let them keep those uses. And I think that was the right thing to do. And it's become a very little attractive. I think some of the people that live near there call it senior corner. And because my dentist is there, I do see how many seniors also use that and can just walk to the dental offices there and some of the other medical offices. So a change to general office in this location in RM20 does not seem desirable to me. I'd like to see more housing, and I'd like to, in a general way, see more concern about setbacks and height. And really make sure that if we have a TDM, it's based on people not owning cars instead of a hope that they'll put their car someplace else than on site, because we just get problems doing that. So I will leave it there for now in the hopes that some of my other colleagues would like to speak. Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you. So I'd like to start with a question. These two properties, are they identified as housing sites in our new work on the RENA? Are they among the 6,087 plus? Do we know? I should have asked this if Mr. Wong was here, I'd be asking him.
Do you know, Keith?
I don't have my housing element with me, but
Right. So, but that's based on the
Current.
Fifth cycle.
current stuff, and you're asking about the next one, correct? And so we don't have
Yeah.
that information.
Okay.
I mean, it's true that many projects that were in a pending status or had expressed interest by the time we, set the sites. So it may very well be on our sites inventory for the sixth cycle.
Okay, I do think that that's worth looking into because one of the things we did on those RENA sites is we are, as we move forward, we're upzoning a lot of properties to accommodate the densities that we're projecting for those areas. And it looks like in this staff report, we've analyzed this proposal under the current zoning and the current comp plan, and that may be different as we move into the next RENA cycle, which is not very far away. So I think, again, this is, we're at the very beginning of a process here, and so that's something I think staff should take a look at.
There is an interactive map that is fantastic that if staff has time to look it up right now, I don't really, but you can see right away
I
whether
have
it
it
is.
right here, actually.
Okay.
And all three properties, all three parcels are on the list.
Okay, so it could be that some of the information that we're looking at is true today, but not true for our vision as approved by the city council moving forward. And so I do think that needs to be folded into the analysis as we move forward. So I really kind of want to start with the process and just recognize that this is our first introduction to this. And in fact, what we're asked to do tonight is provide initial feedback and determine whether we want to recommend that it move forward to ARB. And I do think that it should move forward to ARB. But according to the staff report, after it goes to ARB, it's actually going to come back to us later in the process to review a potential PC ordinance. And I'm thinking by that time, the environmental review will be farther along and we'll have that information. So I think tonight we have, and I've read in some of the public comments, real questions about the tree and traffic. And those are things that city staff already acknowledges need to be studied, and we're going to study those. And incidentally, when I'm mentioning the public, I just want to thank the residents of the Hamilton for coming out in force tonight. Since we started these meetings in person after we were allowed to with the pandemic, we've had a very empty chamber almost every time. And so it was refreshing to see so many people here. And also, of course, we appreciate the sentiment. You're not here. You're here with a purpose. And we heard the messages of your spokespeople. So thank you for coming. So I do want to talk next. Well, I guess let me start big picture. So when I see this development as proposed, what I see is really the future of Palo Alto. And the question is that a near-term future or a long-term future? But in the long term, Palo Alto is going to become more dense. We have the state putting pressure on us in the next RENA cycle to provide more than 6,000 units. And while I am confident that we will come nowhere close to that, when we don't come close to that, what's going to happen in the next cycle is there are going to be penalties. And one of those penalties could be that a project just like this, when it comes to us in the, whatever that is, the 8th RENA cycle, it's a ministerial act. And we don't actually have leeway to approve it or to not approve it. It just gets approved like a current SB 330. And so I'm concerned about that. And so we have to take these opportunities seriously. I recognize that this one project at 65 units would actually cover 1% of our RENA goals for the next time. And that's not insignificant. And so I appreciate the application coming forward and giving us an opportunity to wrestle with these. I've been listening to my fellow commissioners and understand their concerns about the density, and certainly from the public comments. And I want to talk about density in a minute. But first, I want to just talk about the office use. So there's office there now, and office in Palo Alto is very valuable. It's medical office at this point. But a couple of comments where the office should go away. I just don't think that's realistic. I think that that's a valuable asset for the property owners, and part of the proposal they're making, I think the economics of it work because they retain office. Now, whether that medical office goes to general office, that's kind of a different question. And I have heard this called senior corner, and somebody mentioned the idea that it's very convenient to have medical offices. That's a good relationship so that the seniors can easily get to those. And so I don't feel strongly on the idea of allowing general office at this location. But I do feel strongly that continuation of medical offices with residential above is appropriate for this location. Turning to the dwelling units per acre, I think this, in the context of this development, that's really misleading, and it's leading us to some skewed results, because this is kind of a new product type for Palo Alto, right? 47 studios. 12 one bedrooms, 6 2 bedrooms. So the studios are about 375 square feet, and the 2 bedrooms are twice that. So we want to reduce the density. You turn the 47 studios into 23 and a half 2 bedrooms, and you've cut the density almost in half. But it doesn't give us what we want, because we want studios. Because of that smaller size. And so I think that we might have to look at this a different way than the dwelling units per acre, because I don't think it's leading us in a productive way. Like I said, I like this project. I think it has possibilities. It did occur to me, and not that I would propose this, but it did occur to me. One other thing. I also appreciated the slide that showed the surrounding environment with so many other 4-story buildings. I don't know how, and I think Commissioner Rectal brought it up, that you got the elevator here on top with this deck, which I think is, that's a developer choice, but I think that deck is there for open space. It can, right? And so it's an amenity that they want to provide, but it adds more height. But I'm not overly concerned with a 4-story building in this location, because there are so many 4-story buildings around it. But it did occur to me that design, if you lop off the 4th floor, first of all, it reduces the height down to where it's really very close to the 35 feet mostly, and then the 15 feet for the accessories. I think that that doesn't affect the parking garage, and so you're, I think, fully parked when you eliminate those 22 units. It solves some problems, but the downside is we lose 22 units. And so again, I'm not suggesting that. I'm just saying that there's a lot to be looked at here, a lot of good possibilities. And what I don't want to happen is to go out to that site in 3 years and see some lovely older medical office buildings. I'd like to see something more. Thank you.
Okay, so I have 3 people in line. I'm going to let Carrie Templeton go first, and then Commissioner Chang, and then Commissioner Rupavar.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I too was very excited about this project and the potential that it represents. And it's interesting to hear some of the feedback from community members that were able to come tonight, although we don't know, that's how representative that sentiment might be of people in the area. But it's really interesting to hear that feedback. What I'm thinking and what I'm worrying about is, we're right at the beginning of a shift in how Palo Alto is going to handle requests for build outs like this. So this particular property is coming in early. If it were a year from now or 18 months from now, we might be discussing very different things. So some of these suggestions are maybe the first time that we're hearing it, or that some people in our community are hearing it. And I just want to point that out as something for us to think about, as what is going to be happening a year from now, and is this going to be a project we would be really excited about at that time versus maybe having some hesitations now. That said, I do think we've received some good feedback from the community, from the questions that were posed tonight from the community members and from the commissioners. Regarding the height, I think a year from now, we wouldn't be discussing height. This is not a significant blocker because we're going to have to be flexible on height at times, especially in the downtown area. So I'm not concerned about that. The location, it is what it is. I do think we can look at improvements for where to put the driveways and things like that. That I would leave to the ARB, however. And maybe we can discuss it in more detail after we've heard their discussion and when it's brought back with a little bit more information about the traffic patterns. Density, again, I think if I were to predict in 12 or 18 months, we wouldn't be worrying about the density. This is something that is actually pretty forward thinking for Palo Alto. We don't often have proposals like this, but as Commissioner Heckman noted, 1% is a really exciting prospect. So being able to address a significant amount of our housing obligation with a project like this. One of the comments tonight addressed being supportive of housing, but not in this location, referencing her residence is proximate. So I think that is again something that's a side effect of this being such an early proposal in our new shift towards addressing our RHNA needs. We're going to see projects like this all over the city. And so I'm not sure that it's in any way specifically something about this location. We're going to have this issue a lot because our city is developed and we're going to have to figure out where can we put new projects. So that's just something to think about is this might be first or, first in our new cycle, but it's not necessarily only going to happen here. We do have to think that anticipate it will happen a lot of places in the city. Regarding parking, I'm supportive of having some parking. Do I think that we need to have 2 for every apartment? I think the general guidance on this is shifting, and it's something that we have to start thinking about more flexibly. But yeah, it's not coming across as the biggest concern with this project for me. Medical versus general usage for the office space. There's a lot of medical stuff in that part of town, all along Middlefield. And as we noted, there's a lot of seniors living in the area. I'm not convinced that forcing it to remain medical would actually be in the best interest of walkability and quality of life for that area of town, because they might, the community members there might want to have some other things to do besides go to the doctor. And I would just leave that up to demand, in my opinion. So what I do like about it is the efforts to make it beautiful, the efforts to have balconies and high quality materials. The landscaping proposals were very thoughtful, and yeah, in general, I'm supportive of moving this project forward. I do think we need to iterate on it, as we often do, but thank you for bringing it forward. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, I think I'm up next. So I'll go big picture right now. So thank you to the applicant for listening to the feedback from City Council and putting more larger units. Some of the feedback really loud and clear from, I think, 5 out of 7 council members at the pre-screening was that they really wanted to avoid the alto locale type workforce housing type development. And so I'm glad to see that there are more large units than there were formerly. I think that this is, relatively speaking, an appropriate location for density. But as I mentioned before, there are some negative side effects potentially because unfortunately of the ingress and egress for the parking and, people kind of needing cars in this area. I know that we need to change our thinking eventually, but I think there are some pretty painful near-term consequences, particularly since our transportation infrastructure isn't there quite yet. And so we need to think about how to incentivize people to not have cars if they're living in this location. It is great though, because it's so close to downtown. So you really could theoretically not have a car. But I think one council member in the pre-screen had mentioned there's a dramatic difference between somebody who's living there and then working downtown versus living there and then working in the Googleplex. They're going to need a car there. So, and then again, as I had mentioned earlier, if somebody has children, it's just difficult. I can't really imagine taking an hour, to get from point A to point B because I'm trying to use a bus with a screaming toddler. So I also think that this is an appropriate location for relatively more height. And it's fantastic that these are rental units because we need more rental housing in Palo Alto, and really appreciate the effort that the applicant has made to preserve the giant oak and also appreciated the landscaping choices that were made. I do have some pretty significant concerns. One is very much due to the location of this, these 3 parcels, this property. It's next to 2 arterials. And I'm very worried about the setbacks and any unintended consequences as a result of allowing the property to be to have such a small setback compared to what's supposed to be there. There's a number of concerns that I have along. The reasons I'm concerned are, one, I listened to kind of a Silicon Valley bike superhighway discussion, and El Camino was discussed as the potential for a bike superhighway, as was Middlefield. And this is, bike superhighway connecting all the way, I think, from say Sunnyvale or even further south, all the way past Redwood City. And if we make decisions like this now that prevent us, all we need to do is put one building in that's just too close to Middlefield. That would prevent us from having a bike superhighway. So I'm very, and that, kind of relates to this transportation discussion where I'm saying that our infrastructure doesn't match our future needs. So I'm really concerned about this particular location. It's on University, it's on Middlefield. If we really want to look like Europe and have people biking everywhere, I'm worried about having no setbacks. There's also a safety concern, right? Like when cars are going at pretty high speeds, unfortunately, on very narrow lanes in Middlefield, and then at least further down, there's sections of Middlefield where people had cars upside down in their lawns. And so I worry again about having our building so close to the road. So the setback is a really big concern for me. Also, I was looking at the general guidelines, like the downtown, I think it was packet page 112, top of where, we've gone through some sort of planning effort before where there were downtown urban design guidelines that were created. And granted, those guidelines were created a long time ago, but there's a great point made at the bottom of the first paragraph where there was the idea to identify this block as an entryway into downtown. And if anybody's gone into Mountain View or Redwood City, there's some pretty pronounced, you can kind of tell, like there's a archway in Redwood City saying, welcome to Redwood City or welcome to downtown or something like that. And this spot is the analogous location for our downtown. it wouldn't be further, it would be at Middlefield and University. It's not going to be further towards 101 because that's all, and it's not going to be further towards downtown. And so by completely going all the way up to the road there, we're creating a kind of bizarre entryway into downtown. I'm not sure that's what we want as a city. So that also concerns me. So the biggest concern I have is about sort of, the letter, the public comment from the attorney representing, or Lee Prince, brought up some points that concerned me because I did a little bit of research. I don't know if the numbers that I got were right, but I did some calculations trying to understand what the affordability would be of these really small units. And as Commissioner Templeton had mentioned, this is kind of a new product. But unfortunately, affordability in the how affordability is calculated is not based on square footage. It's based on unit. And so when I was doing the calculations, looking at the income and rent limits for our county and what it meant in terms of affordability, I'm going to refer to, where'd it go? Where's the chart that has affordability in our packet? There it is, packet page 120. So I really appreciate the applicant pushing the affordability down into moderate and low income. But as I listened to the feedback from City Council, there were questions about what the applicant thought market rate rent would be for one of these studio units. There was also several comments, like I said before, about trying to avoid an alta locale workforce housing situation where there's a very minimal subsidy for the affordable units. And so, and what Councilman Filseth had actually said, we might need to look at the moderate income category as well, not just the workforce housing above moderate income. And so I actually sat down and did those calculations. And for a studio, the market, for a studio with 80 to 120% affordability, so that's the moderate income category, the rent allowed would be $23.55 to $35.37 a month. So they're up to $3,500, and then the bottom end would be $23.50 for, I'm assuming a studio has one occupant. If it had two occupants, the rent would be even higher. So we're talking about a studio with 387 square feet, and it's considered affordable at $23.55 a month if you are a moderate income person, all the way up to $35.37. And so I'm concerned that that's not actually affordable, because then I went on to Trulia and looked at rental rates. You can get a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, admittedly not downtown, but a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, also admittedly older in Palo Alto, for $2,500 a month. And so my concern is that we are not really getting affordable units here. And that's supposedly the benefit, that the community benefit that we're receiving in order to allow a tremendous amount of density. And so if the market bears that for market rate units, I have no problem with them packing the units in. But I don't think that it's realistic to say that a unit that is under 400 square feet for $2,300 is affordable. And so I'm very concerned that there's a good chunk of the supposedly affordable housing here that is not actually going to be affordable, and we are going to recreate or relive the problem that relive the alta locale experiment. So it was the numbers, when I calculated the numbers, that really made me hesitate And if I don't think that these units, these 4 moderate income units are affordable, then really we're getting 14% affordability rather than 20% affordability. So sorry it took so long, but I kind of wanted to explain some of the calculations there. And it was a big stumbling block for me when I realized what that actually meant. And I have a host of other concerns related to sort of these little small units because that's what creates the density. If they were larger, I wouldn't have the same affordability concerns. And I understand that we want more units because that helps us meet our RHNA numbers, but we also want livable places that people, that it's not affordable is bottom line. Now, if a market rate unit, if there is a demand for that, that's fine, but these are not affordable units, and that's my concern. Thanks.
Commissioner Rububar.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'll make my comments brief. Thank you to the applicant for coming here today with this proposal. I generally am in favor of housing proposals, especially like being so early in the process. I do really want to see and explore the potential of what this could actually become like when it comes back to us for decision making. A few points I wanted to make. For me, I look at this not as like a greenfield or something where now we're deciding whether to add office and residential. I view it as baseline office exists. So do we want to get extra bonus residential? So from my perspective, like that's how I'm looking at it. And then in terms of RHNA numbers, I appreciate that this could be like potentially 1% of our RHNA numbers. But like we never meet our RHNA numbers. So again, like how I look at it is and I would be curious for when it comes back, like how does 65 units compare to how much we actually build? Like what percentage of the actual builds is that? Because I'm willing to bet it's closer to like 10, 15, 20%. Like we shouldn't compare it to the 1,000 whatever that we never actually hit, but like the average of what we do hit to understand like what this means. I think I'm not as concerned about the affordability issue just because I think supply and demand will resolve that. I mean, if the units at $400 400 square feet, nobody can afford them for $2,500, $3,000 doesn't make sense. They're going to sit empty and like the prices are going to have to be lowered in order to kind of fill them. So that's what I think about that. But overarchingly, like, I'm very excited to see this through. I think everybody on this commission has expressed that they are supportive of housing. There are, concerns and details that were raised, which I think can be, they're going to change as this goes through ARB and the staff takes back and the applicant has heard all of our concerns. So yeah, I'm just generally very excited by the prospect of this and continuing to explore and seeing like what the project looks like when it comes back to us during the next round for decisioning. Thank you.
Commissioner Rekdal.
Yeah, I do agree with Commissioner Heckman that units per acre probably isn't the right metric, right? Because that really distorts if you have small units. FAR or site coverage are probably a better metric. That said, both those show that this is a really big project. And is big project, is that good or is that bad? From the neighbor standpoint, I'm sure they will be impacted by this. But we also have 6,000 units that we have to build. And, uncomfortable is the new normal, I think, when it comes to housing in Palo Alto. And this makes me uncomfortable, but not terribly uncomfortable. So is that good or bad? I'm a little nervous about preserving the tree, but I think that's solvable. I'm also nervous about that driveway onto Middlefield, but I think that is solvable. I'm skeptical about the TDMs, and just the parking in general. It's still, whether we like it or not, it's a car-centric environment. People, almost everybody owns cars, and the people living there, almost all of them will have cars also. And if they don't park in the building, they'll be parking in the street, and the streets are already clogged. So that makes me nervous. Ideally, we'd have some type of TDM that's effective. I think that's wishful thinking. I don't think we have any data that shows that it is effective, but it's something that is, I think, is solvable, but not easily solvable. The medical office. I mean, there's a medical office in it now. It's well used. There's demand in the neighborhood. The Smiths had a letter in the back where they talked about the ceilings would be too low for medical office. I'd rather see an extra foot or two of height and have medical office. I think the neighborhood would be better to have medical office there than just some tech office. And I understand tech office is going to be more lucrative, but from a neighborhood standpoint, I think the medical offices buy a lot. It's convenience. The people who are going there don't have to drive now, so you're reducing trips. I think there's a lot of really good things about retaining that medical office instead of converting it into a regular general office. But my biggest concern is the setbacks. I don't think we should be changing setbacks as a piecemeal decision. I think we should be looking at it as the whole system. We're going to be building a lot of housing, and having good, efficient transportation enables other housing. And so even if we have to shrink back and we lose a few units, overall, I think that extra, whether it's a right turn lane or a bus lane or a bike lane, that improves our efficiency of transportation. That's going to make it easier for other housing to come in. And this is not the only spot in downtown Palo Alto where we're building. So I really am uncomfortable as a piecemeal changing these setbacks. There's good reasons for the setbacks, and we have to be very careful just not to change it. As Commissioner Chang said, all it takes is one building that extend into that, and all of a sudden that becomes much less usable. But yet the zoning for everyone else still remains having the setback. And so if someone else wants to build a house or some type of building, they will have to keep this large setback, even though this extends into it. And so we are ruining that setback. We really should make that a universal decision and not a one-by-one decision. But overall, it's a lot of housing. That's a really good thing. We are short of housing. I think there's merit to this design. I think we can make it work. But as is, I don't think we could build this as is. Thank you.
Commissioners? Well, I'll just say a couple more things. And I agree with Commissioner Reckdahl, and it's because we're going to become a denser city that we have to make these decisions right at this time. And there's nothing wrong with the Hamilton and Lytton Gardens, and they're much denser, taller buildings. That's not the problem. The problem is all the other things that were mentioned. And I would just like to say that we, not too long ago, approved a 3-story all residential project on West Bay Shore. It's a very different location, but it was going to pencil out for the developer. There was a project that was rejected because it was in the wrong location, but it was a great project, colloquially referred to as the Cato project in College Terrace, which was basically, it was slightly over, a couple feet over the height limit for R1, which is not significant. I agree, these little insignificant amounts of height difference aren't perceptible from the pedestrian experience, but it was in the wrong place. But it proved you could have 3 stories of housing with no commercial, and that it worked for people. And I don't see this as the beginning of a time when we're going to disregard the conditions and impacts of the way we approve buildings in Palo Alto, just because we want to build a lot of housing. Like I said before, we're going to have to build a lot of housing everywhere, and not really big things that don't fit in a few places. That's what I really believe. I believe those two projects I just mentioned prove that you can do that. I believe that to not plan for the future of multimodal streets is incredibly detrimental to what we want, including with greenhouse gas reductions. I agree that we can work the tree problem out as long as we're very careful about it. But for me also, it's kind of a deal breaker, if I'm correct, and I think I am, about the ways in which this is not consistent with how the director can reduce by 20% the parking without proof and demonstration that the TDR will work, not just with, oh, we'll just go ahead and plan on this. We don't have any data to show us how TDRs have worked in the past. I just think that's not consistent with following the law. And I think we get into trouble in Palo Alto and set a bad precedent when we let every project come in and craft. And I appreciate that this zone is exactly for that. But there is also the fact that I do not think it is consistent with the existing laws for PCs that I mentioned. So I think that this project would be better fixed right now before it went further. I think we do everybody a disservice, and I've said this for many years, including and mostly the applicants, when we get to this point with something with, there are so many exceptions from the law and from our development standards that are being asked for, that we get so far along in the process that nobody knows how to say no anymore. And I don't think we want everybody to build this project in that area. So let's think about how everybody is going to, let's plan better for the future instead of I'm not desperate about getting the maximum for our next RENA cycle out of this one place. We can't do it. It won't make any difference anyway. So I am not in a position where I will support this as is. I'd like to fix some of these things before we go on so that the applicant can know what to expect and also the neighbors. So I will entertain motions if we're all ready. Oh, Commissioner Templeton wants to speak again, sorry.
Thank you. Just to clarify, I think I misunderstood what you just said, and I was wondering if you could clarify. I mean, I don't think we're trying to get all the RENA on this site, and I think 1% would make a difference. So could you clarify what you meant by that just before we do the motion? Then I'll do the motion.
Obviously, I don't think we're going to get 6,000 units on this site, but I don't think we have to start approving jobs that aren't good for the people that live and businesses nearby or the future residents of this building. This building is actually, it's really nice that everybody has a balcony, but it has almost no outdoor space. And that's an aspect of the setbacks, which we also want to preserve for fully multimodal safe streets. You know, Middlefield is a street that goes from one end to the other of Palo Alto and then continues on through other communities. I guess it's the idea of a superhighway. So I would like to see some of these problems and inconsistency with current municipal code requirements fixed before we go further. But I will entertain motions.
Should we put the staff motion up as somewhere to start from? I mean, the staff recommended motion. Do we have a slide for that?
I think you should make any motion you like.
Well, that's the motion I wanted to start with if we had the slide. That's what I'm suggesting.
We're getting it up on the screen.
Thank you for that.
And I anticipate that we'll have some edits and adjustments. So fellow commissioners, please feel free to make amendments. But
do we have a second? Okay. Commissioner Heckman seconds.
I'll second.
Okay.
Thank you. So we've provided comments and feedback, and we're recommending to move it forward to the ARB. We've taken public comment already, so I don't know that we have to include that in the motion. So I move that we move this project forward to the ARB with incorporating the comments that we've heard tonight about some areas to look closer at, and that we would like to see before it's brought back to the PTC some adjustments specifically in the area of the setback and parking. Thank you. Anyone want to add to that?
If I can speak to my second. Okay, so I guess the thought I have, I was listening to Acting Chair Suma, and I agree that there is some tuning that needs to happen with this project, but the alternative of not sending it to the ARB now is holding it here while they go away and do some things and come back, and then they have to go to eventually they have to go to ARB, and so I think we serve the process better having provided our concerns and comments to now send it to ARB, and they can layer theirs on, which will be maybe very different than ours. And then the developers can look at this holistically, right, with a broader set of things on their to-do list rather than do it a piecemeal. So that's why I favor this version of the process, having provided our comments and having the applicant team here to hear them.
Commissioner Chang.
So I would want to tag something on to Commissioner Templeton's motion where she suggested that, I don't know, Commissioner Templeton, maybe you can help me out here with what you mentioned setbacks.
Setbacks and parking.
I think the third thing for me is with respect to this is a pretty big deal for me, with respect to the BMR units, to look at affordability relative to market rate. And the reason I think it's important is because 5 out of 7 council members gave the same feedback. And then when I actually did the math, it pretty much brought to light exactly their concern. So, I don't several council members were sort of were pretty excited about certain aspects of the project, but I don't think that one very large concern of theirs was addressed by these more detailed plans. And so that's why I'd want to include a statement about examining affordability relative to market rate.
So that's fine with me. I mean, everything we included in our comments is going to be included in this motion because part of it says to collect feedback from the commission. And I'm sure that staff also has collected that feedback from the council as well. However, if it'll get your support, then I'm happy to include that we want to see improvements on the below market rate proposal. Is that how would you phrase that?
I'd say the below market rate affordability relative to market.
So we want to see some updates to that aspect of this project that incorporate the feedback that was discussed on council and here tonight. Mm-hmm. Do you agree to that, Commissioner Heckman?
I do.
Okay. Great suggestion. Thank you. Any other comments before we vote?
No, I'm happy.
So for me, what I'm trying to avoid, if our concerns about setbacks, consistency with the municipal code with regards to the special requirements for planned community zones with the office, those things will change the envelope of the building, certainly. And so I'm trying to avoid having something that ultimately can't be built because of inconsistencies or policies that don't exist or things we don't agree with. I'm trying to give an opportunity for that to be evaluated first. I just think it makes more sense in terms of our process. I think we get ahead of ourselves sometimes, not trying to hold anything back. I just think it's a better process. I don't understand how then if it came back to us and after environmental review, we said, I guess this is okay with some people, but we said, oh, it has to be a totally different building because of the impacts. And we've looked at some of these other issues that came up, and no, we don't want that quite that much of variance from our setbacks. I mean, then it would have to change considerably, the project. And I note some recent projects where they take a long time. People call it the Palo Alto process. I don't think Palo Alto is worse than other cities, but I do think it's very hard when we have projects that are asking for so many variations from what already exists. And understanding that's what the planned community zone is, but we're not even really considering those special requirements, which are still in the code. So that's my hesitation.
May I speak to that?
Please.
Thank you. You bring up some good points, but I would say this. I think we have signaled very clearly to the applicant that some of these things need to change. We even called out a few of them in this motion more overtly than others. So I think the setbacks is an issue, and if they go to ARB and haven't addressed that, then they're going to waste their money and their time. So I think they're already properly incentivized, and we don't need to add, another layer, another meeting with us. I think we've given them that feedback, and it's their choice to incorporate it.
Well, it's going to come back to us anyway, because it has to go through the environmental process.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Are you willing to add some of the other concerns, consistency with the municipal code with regards to the special requirements, 1838-150 and 1852-050? I mean, because it has to be legal right now, it has to be consistent with both those things, especially the special requirements for PCs that abut other residential PCs or RM zones. So
we want to add legally compliant with
both of those sections of code.
I don't have those sections of code in front of me. Are they referred to on a certain page?
No, they weren't referred to really. So,
well, can we just say legally? I think it goes without saying, but if it would get your support, we can say that it needs to be a legally compliant project.
To lift those pieces, though.
So, is that the section that requires the 35-foot height limit?
It's 1838-150 special requirements, and it's A through E.
If it is height limit related, I would be reluctant to incorporate that because I want to see this go higher than 35 feet.
Well, but this is not an exception to another area of the municipal code that a planned community application might ask for. This is a special requirement that still restricts PCs. That's the problem, and it's still in the code. So I probably wouldn't be comfortable with the motion as stated.
I thought, was it Emily that said at the beginning that part of the motion was to waive that, have an exception for that? Is that correct?
Yes, in the past, there have been PCs that the PC action by council was to vary from the PC special requirements as part of the PC, and that was determined legally. So that would be illegal.
Really? Wasn't the last PC College Terrace Center?
There's been several PCs in my 24 years, and I recall some where that was the case, where the council was able to approve basically a variance to those special requirements that are set forth in that chapter, the PC chapter 1838. So that is a way to use the PC to vary from the PC special requirements.
Maybe our city attorney could comment on that.
Yeah, I think that's good.
I'm reviewing the ordinance now to try to sort this out. Just give me a minute, please.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Chang?
I was going to suggest that we have the attorney take a look at that. I mean, I think it's a reasonable, I mean, if it's, I would, there's a lot of good things about this project. And I think if there's a way to add something that would address Vice Chair Suma's concerns, it would be great. So maybe it could be an examination of compliance with this rather than legal compliance, you know, like that just allows a little bit more flexibility.
Rather than deciding now on the spot, is that what you mean?
Right.
I like that idea. I think that would, it certainly needs more clarity because, you know, Commissioner
Right, so if we
Suma-
specifically called out that concern and just said, like, added to the motion that said something about an examination of those two pieces of code as they relate to this, that would be, right? So not necessarily legal compliance with those pieces, but an examination of those pieces.
That makes more sense to me because I feel a little bit unsure because I do believe they were looking for that variance. So I guess first I would ask Commissioner Heckman how he feels about that and then see if that addresses Vice Chair Suma's needs.
Well, it seems like I'm looking at the code section and it you know, appears to have basically a flat cap of 35 feet. And, you know, the staff report here described a building that clearly exceeded that. I think all of it. I think the shortest of the, you know, parts was 35.5 feet. And so my understanding in reviewing this application is that there was some way to build beyond 35 feet or else staff would have stopped it at the door and said, we can't even move this forward because it can't be approved under our laws. So I mean, but I think we have, I think one thing this discussion has shown is whatever the workaround might be, maybe it wasn't clearly enough described in the staff report for us to understand it. You know, whether it's a waiver process or an exception process, or if it's just one of the rules that can be bent in a PC, right? Just like setbacks, whatever it is. And so I think the way to solve this, I know staff has heard us, is when this comes back to us, we're really going to need a good understanding of why it's possible to go above 35 feet in light of the provisions of 18.38.150B.
So as an action item for staff rather than the applicant?
Correct.
I'm comfortable with that. How do you feel, Vice Chair?
I'm thinking about it. And the other area is 1852-050, which is parking adjustments of 20% and the requirements that how persuasive and demonstrative the proof that you're going to be able to do that should come. That is the way I read it. It's also, I'm not an attorney, but that's the way I've read that. And that needs to come before the TDM is offered. The TDM is offered only after that is demonstrably approved. So those are the two areas in addition to, and I just think it's interesting that Castellea totally respected the special setback. I haven't seen those violated. But I haven't seen every project that Ms. French has seen over the years either. So.
Madam Vice Chair. So I did have a chance to review the ordinance briefly, acknowledging the section that you cited, acknowledging the section that you cited on the special requirements. There was also language in the PC chapter that describes that the whole purpose of the PC is to provide some flexibility in applying these standards and the zoning code generally, where there's a special public benefit. I'm not familiar with some of the other projects that we have approved as a city under the PC zoning. I would like to take the discussion here as direction, along with the question about the TDM requirements and the director's ability to modify parking as action items for the staff to more fully analyze for the PTC if and when it comes back from ARB review.
Okay, thank you for that.
So our motion now has called out several areas of primary concern, and we also want to include the whole discussion for other areas of concern that we'd like to explore in more detail at the next PTC hearing on this project. Is that correct?
Do we have anything in there about offices? I mean, why are we incentivizing, why are we allowing office when we want housing in a zone that doesn't allow, that only allows medical and professional offices? I don't understand that. We have examples recently, and the West Bayshore project, the staff actually did a study, a financial study, to see if it was really going to work financially. And I thought it was a pretty compelling study, and they did find that out. So I would like to see a project that came back with 3 stories and whatever else they're looking for to make this happen on this lot, because I do think the lot is constrained in one direction. It's not deep. I would rather see that.
Well, thank you for that feedback. I think we've incorporated quite a few remarks and incorporated that you feel that way as part of the feedback for the applicant. I don't feel the need to pile on. It sounds like maybe we're ready to vote.
Can the motion be read back?
Ms. French, do you have it, or do you want me to try and remember?
I could try, and then you can
okay, thank you.
Correct me. So it's a motion by board member Commissioner sorry, I didn't write it down. I don't know if others here have done that, but is it?
I sort of have some notes.
Okay. It's too not high tech enough, huh?
It's fine. It's fine. They only do that at council anyway. So,
well, it's a motion, but I'll just state the obvious. A motion by Commissioner Templeton, seconded by Commissioner Heckman, to move the project forward to the ARB and to incorporate the comments that have been stated tonight by commissioners and adjustments to setbacks and parking, as well as the BMR units examining affordability relative to market rate to improve upon the BMR proposal, examination of compliance with special requirements that we would return with an explanation to the PTC once we return back to the PTC, as well as proof of the 20% reduction, why they should be eligible for a 20% reduction in parking. That's what I have.
Make it clear that those last 2 are action for staff as opposed to applicant.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, staff return with an explanation as well as proof that we might pull together.
Sorry. I'm not supportive of rolling TDM into this motion. I mean, this is a big issue, and how it's interpreted and how our law is interpreted. I mean, I'm understanding the vice chair to say it's never been done right. We're not doing it right in Palo Alto, the TDM. We're not following our own code. I'm not wanting to believe that. So what I'm thinking is maybe there's more than one interpretation of our code. And so, this project has a TDM associated with it if it moves forward. And I expect in the fullness of moving it forward, it's going to be analyzed. And I don't see a special task there to require some level of proof on the front end that I don't even understand how you can do, because the nature of the TDM is we're having a traffic impact. We have to cut the traffic down. We're not sure exactly how we'll do it, but we have this toolbox. And so first we're going to try one tool. And if that doesn't cut it down all the way, now we're going to add a second tool. And if that doesn't work, we're going to add a third tool and get down there. And there is quantification involved in those things over time. But I don't understand how you quantify it on the front end. And so I'm nervous about including in a motion a requirement that doesn't make sense to me. I want staff to apply the laws of the city of Palo Alto regarding TDMs to this project.
Could it be an explanation of how the TDM process would work?
I think, can I jump in here real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I believe what Vice Chair Suma was asking for was a rationale for how come the variances that are requested by the applicant are okay with or compliant with staff's interpretation of the law. So it was supposed to be more of a rationale, like an explanation, walking us through the perspective of why staff thinks this is compliant. Is everybody comfortable with that?
I didn't understand it that way, but yeah, I think that's kind of what Commissioner Rectal just said too. I just didn't understand it that way. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay. All right. So I hope that, I thank you everybody for collaborating on this motion. I hope it's a better motion, and I hope that we can go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And I think we should just go ahead and vote. Yep. Ms. Klacheva.
Yep. Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Hackman?
Yes.
Commissioner Rekdal?
Yes.
Commissioner Rupervar?
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma?
No.
Commissioner Templeton?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1.
Okay, I'll speak to my no motion, but very briefly, I have noticed that from my observation, it would be better to fix some of these issues before a project goes too far along year after year after year, and I would prefer to move things forward in that direction. But I very much appreciate the applicant bringing this project forward. It is a good place for density. It's a question of how much and at what cost. And I also want to thank members of the public and for coming out tonight, and the staff. So thank you very much, everyone. And we will move on to our next item, which is item number 5, I think, which is discussion about our own bylaws. So, staff, do you have a presentation on this?
Yes.
Okay.
One moment.
Thank you.
Is that showing up the right way? Okay. So this is coming through ahead of the training that's offered on December 13th for the planning for all boards and commissions. So you are invited cordially to go to that training on the new laws, Brown Act, all of that as to remote participation. So am I not loud enough?
Yeah. No, can you repeat the date and time? I want to get that.
Oh, yes, it's on the screen now as well.
Okay.
December 13th. This is a training that is set to help the board know about that AB 2449, which is on the screen, about how board members can participate remotely without making their locations available to the public only when there's just cause or emergency circumstances approved by the board for remote participation. And this reason is disclosed to the public. So, and that talks about the this exception is may not be used by a member of the board for more than 3 consecutive months or more than 20% of the regular meetings in a calendar year. A little bit of math there. Then if a board member does make their location available, just like we did before COVID, when you needed to be on a business trip or what have you, to make the location, the hotel or what have you, available to the public and listed on the agenda, that location, there is actually no limit under state law as to how often a member attends meetings remotely. So you can go beyond that 3 consecutive months or 20% in a calendar year. So having said that, there is, we do have bylaws for the Planning and Transportation Commission, and it's really up to the Planning and Transportation Commission to consider some sort of policy that would work for the commission as to how many meetings a commissioner should do remotely for the working, the productivity of the commission. Now, I'll say that this will be if you talk about this tonight to get to a decision, that would be the first of the commissions that support the Planning and Development Services Department and Transportation to do so. The Utilities Commission did proceed with some discussion and tweaking of their bylaws, and they pretty much followed where the council was going with theirs. So I did clip some of those, and I have those on the screen if you would like to see. This is a sample of one of their, some of their bylaws that they began changing, about remote attendance. So I can go through that if you would like, or you can start. I can share more of the utilities.
Does anybody have a preference?
I think general discussion of ours first.
Oops.
And I don't know, Kaio, if you have anything else to add as far as any expectation. I don't get the sense that there's an expectation that all of the boards and commissions are going to follow along with, the council's preference for their own members was 3 remote meetings, I believe.
Okay, I think both Commissioners Rupuvar and Templeton have their hands up. I don't know who went first.
We also have one member of the public still on remote, and I don't know if that person might want to comment, or these may be questions or comments from the other commissioners.
Well, we don't have. Is there a hand in the?
No, her hand is not up. I can just see that she's present. So.
It's okay.
Yeah, I don't see any hands up.
Yeah.
I'm speaking for a minute. No hands up. Somebody was noticing that there was somebody attending the meeting that was not a commissioner. So they weren't, but there's no hand up for that person. We could ask if there's anyone that wishes to.
Why don't we do that?
Yeah.
And maybe the hand will go up.
If anyone would like to provide public comment for agenda item number 4, please raise your hand. I haven't received any speaker cards.
It's agenda item number 5.
Number
right?
5, sorry. Agenda item number 5, discussion of PTC Commission bylaws regarding meeting attendance. No raised hand, Vice Chair Suma. There is no raised hand.
Thank you then. Commissioner Rupuvar and Commissioner Templeton, did you want to speak?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Ms. French, I had some questions just to clarify this, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly. So the Brown Act state law is changing to say if you, if you don't make your location available, then you have to have just cause. If you do, there's no limit. So if we decide like 3 or 4 or 2 or whatever, where people can be remote, how is that's not consistent with the Brown Act? Can you just explain, like, where are we making the proposed changes? What am I missing?
Well, the thought would be that we take the bylaws that we have in place and add another, section or item that would be the commission's self-imposed policy, if you will, that has to be consistent with state law, of course, meaning if you're disclosing your position and it's made available to the public, and you could refer to state law and that would be okay, but it's this, it's this not advertising your location, not publishing your location, just being in a place that's not advertised, that gets into the hot water, I guess, with the new. I haven't gone to a training either, so just perfectly clear.
Is it the one where you don't disclose that we're trying to narrow, or the second part where you do disclose that we narrow, or so it's the second part where it says
Second part.
Okay, so it's the second part where it says if you do disclose, there is no limit, but we're trying to narrow that. Like there's that option.
No.
Got it. Okay, that's helpful. And then
No.
Our city attorney would like to jump in.
Yes. So let me sort of back up.
If you could only speak a little bit louder, it's hard to hear.
I'm
sorry.
So, but allow me to back up. Before COVID, the rule was you must be present or you can attend remotely. But if you attend remotely, you must disclose your location and make that location public. Basically, wherever you are operates as an extension of, say, council chambers, right? So you're on a business trip, you let the conference call from the Hyatt in Lower Manhattan, and here's the address, and that gets disclosed. And if for some crazy reason someone in Lower Manhattan wants to attend the meeting with you from your room, they could. That is the sort of the idea of making your location public. 16 years of practice, I've never seen that happen, but that is what the law says. Now, COVID comes along. Obviously, we make changes. We recognize technology that exists and the need to continue meeting in a safe way. So the law basically suspended that requirement about publicizing your location and said everyone can meet remotely. Members of the public can participate remotely. We still need to conduct our business. We still need to conduct our business out in the open. And so you can do all of that from the safety of your own home. Now, recognizing this sort of second phase of COVID, they're pulling some of that back. And so if you want to continue participating remotely without publicizing your location, the new law says you may not do that for more than 3 consecutive months or 20% of the regular meetings in the year. I don't know what that number is, what 20% of the Planning Commission's regular meetings is, but just sort of figure that that's like the upper ceiling. Separately, the Palo Alto City Council and the commissions have adopted their own policy saying, we don't know what 3 consecutive months means. We're not going to do the math on 20 regular meetings a year. We're just going to say a specific number. You may not participate, or you may only participate in this number of meetings. In the case of the UIC, that number was 3, without making your location available to the public. The question before you all is, do you want to follow suit? Do you want to similarly adopt a specific number saying, here's how many meetings you can participate remotely? without making your location available to the public. Keep in mind, you can always participate remotely if you do want to make your location available to the public.
That is very clear.
Thank you.
Thank you for
So
that.
I hope that helps.
So we are not narrowing.
For everybody.
Okay, I got it. We're not narrowing, we're defaulting, and then we're expanding to bring in some of the old COVID's gone, but we're still, maintaining some of it. That's really helpful. Okay. So very, very clear. Now I get it. Second question for you. What do you mean by make your location available? Is that's like actual address, or is that city? It's actual address, right? I just want to confirm.
It is wherever you happen to be when you are calling into the meeting or Zooming into the meeting. So if that is your residence, you have to provide that address and make that open to the public. If that is somewhere else, same thing. You would just provide that information to the planning commission staff who sets the agendas, and we would include that. And then you would actually take the agenda for that meeting and tape that on your door, wherever it is you happen to be.
Got it. Okay. And that's because of the rule that you said. So any member of the public can join you in that physical
That's
location.
right. That's right.
It's really helpful. Thank you.
Actually, I have a question that again, because I haven't received training. Typically, we publish our agendas at least 72 hours in advance of a meeting. So I have a question about, do we have to put the address of the commissioner that tells us 72 hours in advance where they're going to be? Do we need to actually put that address on the agenda?
Yes.
Publish that?
Yes.
Okay. So you couldn't just call the same day and say, oh, now I'm in this location.
Right.
You have to tell us 72 hours in advance.
Right. And so that is, when you see this language, just cause or emergency circumstances, that sort of contemplates that, oh, if there is a family emergency, I need to travel to a sick parent or something like that. It is not 72 hours in advance. You don't violate the Brown Act because of the fact that you need to participate remotely to attend to that emergency.
Thank you.
Got it. Thank you. It's my last year, so it doesn't, but it's so fascinating. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
Yes, I still have my hand up.
Oh, I forgot.
Yeah. So it sounds to me like this law says disclose your health issues or disclose your address or quit. Is that right? Is that what just cause is?
I think just cause is meant to be a broad term to mean a good reason. I would not extend that to say you must disclose publicly why it is you are not attending. I think you could convey that reason to the clerk of the board. If there is a further question about that, your legal counsel, me or Albert in this case, could answer that for you. But that the disclosure of what is your just cause or what is your emergency circumstance, that's not required.
Perhaps the piece of this that says approved by the board, I don't know if where I got that from, but generally the board could have an understanding about what a just cause typically could be, an emergency business trip and like the family, conditions, and just kind of agree that makes sense.
So my concern and where I'm a little frustrated because I don't know how to handle this, and we haven't had a chance to talk about it as a group. So maybe this is the opportunity, is when I did come back in person for a meeting, I was told we were going to be meeting outside, we were going to social distance, and we would be masked. None of those were actually the case. And I haven't been back since because I'm concerned about health issues. And our seats, unlike other public venues, are within 6 feet of each other. And we go for hours and hours of exposure to our neighbors. So it is not a constant policy on our board to mask. I see that staff is masked and some of our commissioners are masked, but to me, that's a health issue. And if one of us gets COVID and isn't sick, but is transmitting, it's very likely that we would be transmitting it to people in our proximity, which is the other commissioners. And when I did try to discuss that with some of our commissioners, I was told that vaccines, stop it. But that's not the case. I have gotten COVID from being in proximity to others, not necessarily on this board, but other people who weren't masked. And I'm vaxxed, I'm boosted. That's not the determining factor anymore. We've seen that this virus is pretty dangerous. And it causes long-term health side effects. So I'm trying to figure out, if we do want, if it's really important, and it looks like if it's in a bill passed by the assembly, that maybe that is very important that we get together in person. What can we do to keep each other safe? And not being able to have that conversation and not having answers on that has been the primary reason that I've not come back in yet after that one incident. So the question is that just cause?
Commissioner Rectal.
Wait, hold on, I was hoping for an answer from legal.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So the way the statute defines just cause does include a contagious illness that prevents a member from attending in person. I'm just reading directly from the statute. There is no, and I read that directly from the statute. There is no case law interpreting what that means. Does that mean only if you are in fact sick with that contagious illness may you use this just cause exception? Or does that mean there are contagious illnesses that we are concerned about getting, and that is your just cause from continuing to participate remotely?
Right, and I wouldn't have to legally disclose that.
Yes, I do not. There is no clear answer on that question. It is not something that has been tested or vetted by the courts. But if that is a concern, there is always, again, that second option. Provide your location to the clerk of the board or clerk of the PTC. That address is included on the agenda, and you tape the agenda to the outside door of wherever it is you happen to be participating from.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah. My opinion is that we should be as lenient as possible. If people want to be remote, we should let them be remote. I personally like to be in. I think I'm more productive when I'm in, but I think it's everyone's decision. And if they can use Zoom, more power to them. So I don't think we should be doing anything more than the state requires us.
Commissioner Chang.
I also agree with Commissioner Rectal. I don't think we need to go beyond the Brown Act. Enough said on that, but I also wanted to be responsive to Commissioner Templeton's desire to have a discussion about what would, I think that we're all colleagues. And so it would be good for us to have a conversation about what safety measures we could take in order to make every one of us feel comfortable.
Commissioner Heckman.
Thank you. Could I see there was like the sample little language with the fill in the blanks. So I'm thinking similarly to my colleagues, and frankly, what I'm thinking is we're about to appoint at least one new have appointed at least one new planning commissioner because Chair Lowing is being elevated, and I want the person selected to be the most qualified and not the person who can tolerate some unnecessary public attendance limitation. They may have, I mean, all of us during the pandemic had a lot to offer and got our business done when we were wholly remote. I agree with Commissioner Rechtel. I like to be here. But the commissioners who aren't here, we have two tonight, and then other nights we have different commissioners who are appearing remotely. They've always been productive. And so I think maybe I think about this differently than the council. So what I'd like to see here is the number of days / percentage of regular meetings a commissioner may attend remotely within a calendar year shall be the maximum amount allowed by law. And just, leave it at that so that we are as lenient as we can possibly be. And it does this, this idea that to avoid having to have just cause, I have to basically tell people they can come to my living room if I'm going to work out of my house, because that's what's involved. As a practical matter, I wonder if anybody would ever actually do it. And if they did, I think I could say, you know what, I'm not feeling well tonight. I'm not going to attend this meeting. Right. And then, then they'll have to come in. But it is a quandary, and it's kind of what's a Hobbesian choice. I think that's what they call it. But that would be my suggestion: is that we use that language.
Commissioner Rupivar.
Thank you. I agree with that sentiment. I did want to speak to what Commissioner Templeton said. I agree that we should have a discussion around precautions. I was also boosted and vaxxed and got COVID, and it's been months now, like 5-6 months, where I'm dealing with long COVID symptoms and in and out of hospitals and seeing doctors and trying to figure out what in the world is going on. So I would also really appreciate having that conversation around precautions, because people have different living situations as well. Like I live with somebody who is immunocompromised and can't get vaxxed, et cetera. So I want to be cognizant not to bring that back to my house. So I would love to have that conversation if the team is willing to engage.
Thanks. So I'll say that I would never want to basically discriminate against somebody who had a health restriction that kept them from coming in here. And that's the way I see this. And I think we're all in agreement, which, amen. And if you want to have a discussion right now, tonight, or another time about if we were all willing to mask, would you come in, and would we be willing to do that? I'm happy to do that. I pretty much, some of you may know, I was running for city council, and I pretty much gave up wearing a mask because I was campaigning. It just wasn't going to happen. And it's much harder to hear people with masks on for me. So, but I would never want to discourage anybody from either participating on this body or for applying to it because of a health reason, basically. So, do you want to discuss masking, or do you want to just leave it the way it is for now? And I don't know what happened exactly with that incident, Commissioner Templeton. So I can't speak to that. So.
Yeah, first of all, you guys can't see, but I am tearing up hearing how supportive you all are. It means a lot. It's been a hard year with COVID, and the after effects, they're real. So I hope that nobody has to suffer from that. But I don't think, that anybody was anything other than jubilant that we were back, right? I think people wanted it to work out, but I spent that whole meeting in fear. I was very concerned for my health and the health of the other commissioners. And you're right. It is hard to hear when we have masks on. I think it's uncomfortable with people taking their masks down to speak, because it's a isolated incident and we can distance ourselves during that moment. The problem is the duration. It's different than, campaigning in crowds and things like that. When you're outside, when you're not around people for a long period of time, the more you're sharing the same air, the more risk increases. So, it's a public health issue that we're all dealing with. And it just so happens the physical structure of our seating arrangement in City Hall is just not super conducive to distancing, and the duration of our meetings makes it hard to minimize our risk. So I think masking would be fine, and demasking for the period of time you need to speak is fine. But anyway, those are some suggestions. I really appreciate everybody being so supportive and flexible, and we can try and find a way to get everybody together in a safe way.
Commissioner Chang?
Can I just make a process suggestion? So obviously the Brown Act says whatever the Brown Act says, and we cannot be more lenient than that. So I wanted to suggest that with respect to what's in our bylaws, we say, I would like to move what Commissioner Heckman had suggested. We make, so essentially we're as lenient as we can be. And then with respect, then after we vote on that, I think that we should have a discussion about what our kind of, I don't think Commissioner Templeton's suggesting that we would put something like masking in the bylaws, right? So that's just a collegial discussion that we have. So I'd like to suggest that we make a motion, vote on it, and then have the discussion of what our norms are going to be.
Okay, I'll second your motion.
Okay, fantastic.
So we can have a vote on that,
Okay, so
please.
Would you like to state the motion? Or I can help?
I'm happy to restate what I said before. Can you pull that slide up just so I can?
Sure.
And I can make it even more plain English for you.
What kind of lawyer are you?
If I'm understanding the discussion correctly, the motion could be to add a section 5.5 to the PTC bylaws, stating as follows, quote, commissioners may attend remotely to the extent permitted by state law, end quote.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Regdal,
They push it right in the middle.
Yes.
Commissioner Ruperbar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, so do we want to have a broader discussion about, I guess the question would be for everyone here, and most particularly Commissioners Rupavar and Templeton, would you prefer to do what you're doing now, or would you prefer that we all wear masks to some extent and come back and be with us and have all the fun of being in the room?
Either one is fine with me. I feel a lot more focused because when I'm on the Zoom, because I can actually see you all. And when I'm over on the end of the dais, I don't actually get to see you. But I'm happy to come in if we can have some norms around.
And other commissioners, how do you feel about it?
So I'm happy to wear a mask up here on the dais, except when I'm speaking. I'm obviously I've been comfortable not doing that, but I've got no problem doing it. I still, wear masks when I go to the grocery store, and when I go to if we're still eating outside. If I have to use a restroom, go through the restaurant, I'm putting on a mask. And so it's just in this particular capacity, I felt it was since we have this public aspect to this work that it was appropriate to not do it, but I'm more concerned with the comfort of my fellow commissioners. And so I'm happy to do that.
Absolutely. I'm happy to do whatever it takes to make it so that if you want to come in, you can come in and feel completely comfortable. So.
Yeah, I spent 2 years masked up. It's a piece of cake. It's like riding a bike. So yeah, no problem at all.
Ditto, and I have one on my wrist at all times. I don't leave home without one. Any other comments?
Well, I think it'll be especially important in the winter, you guys. It's going to be a bad one. So
yeah.
Giselle, did you want to weigh in at all? Are you?
No, I agree with everyone's sentiment, and I appreciate, I really appreciate this discussion.
Thanks. Okay, well then I think we'll move on since we've already taken a vote and chatted, and we have one more item, number 6, which is approval of minutes. So from October 12th, 2020, draft verbatim and summary minutes. So I guess we can vote for both at the same time.
Yeah, I will move approval as revised.
Do I have
Second.
Okay. Please conduct the vote.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Heckman,
Yes.
Commissioner Regdal,
Yes.
Commissioner Rupervar,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma. Yep. Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, so the only thing that's left is commissioner comments. I forget what it's called. Announcements, reports, and does anybody have anything they would like to add?
I'm not a commissioner, but I do have a report out from our transportation staff who
Okay.
Was not quite following the 5 p.m. start time. So I'll just say that Raphael says that to mention that we have a contract for on-demand shuttle service is going to City Council on December 5th. So if a Planning and Transportation Commission member is interested in knowing more, he said we can arrange for Office of Transportation staff to come speak to the commission at a future date. So that's the announcement. Thanks.
Commissioner Chang?
I'm definitely interested. I would like to hear about that. I don't know if anybody else. Separately, I have questions. So I had held my questions of Ms. French. Ms. French, you had mentioned that there'd be a couple things coming to City Council that were kind of PTC related. Do you know if they'll come before the end of the year? So the things you mentioned were ADU code changes, 575 Los Trancos, and the permanent parklet ordinance.
Yes, those we have tentative dates for. It's possible that one or more can be pushed off into the new year, but we're still in the belief that we can get that report written and reviewed and published. So those three, the 575, well, the Mercedes that's coming up on the 5th, the 575 Los Trancos, and ADU, which are targeted for the 12th, and the Parklet program for the 19th.
Thank you. And then my other request, my commissioner comment is I don't know, maybe last year, we asked I asked if it would be possible to rotate the order of our votes each time we take it.
I know.
So I'm wondering if that would be possible, since we had a process discussion about COVID comfort. I was wondering, since I am always the first person to vote, if it would be possible if the rest of the commission would agree to rotating that honor.
Sounds good. But we did have that discussion before. Anyone else?
I have one comment. I live near the Wilkie Way Bike Bridge. They are doing a test there. I wanted to ask transportation tonight, but they were not here, but I'll ask them next time. It gets slippery because it's wood when it gets wet. And so they put non-stick paint on one end of it and then some nonstick plastic strips on the other, and they want feedback. So if you're a biker, go by, take a look and give feedback. But we'll find out if they have good feedback next time. Wilkie Way Bridge, yeah, between Mountain View and Palo Alto.
And I had, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I'll go after you.
Oh, I had something to report, and that was that Chair Lowing was invited to a focus group for city commission chairs tomorrow. And it's one of two to discuss with commission chairs to discuss closures on Ramona Street and Cal Ave. And the invitation came from a staff member, I don't know, Ozzy Arche, I think is probably the way to say it. So he suggested I go to the first one, and whoever is, the second one I think will be next year. Whoever is chair next year could attend, but I'll attend if that's all right with everybody this year. And it's tomorrow.
That sounds good. Speaking of bridges, thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Rechtel. We have, if you recall, we had seen about the Newell Street Bridge Renewal Project on PTC, I want to say a few years ago. Senator Becker is going to be presenting some state funds to the city at City Hall on Saturday morning at 10 a.m. that pertain to that project. So if you're interested and if you're around, hope to see you there.
You said Saturday at 10?
Saturday at 10 in front of City Hall in King Plaza.
Thanks. Anyone else?
I'll just say another piece of information that flew in from staff is just to note that the Planning Commission may be interested in. We do have 24 transportation demand management programs that are in our system that are monitored. So just a number to be aware of in our system.
Thank you for that information. Is anyone else want to share? I guess that's it. And so I will call this meeting adjourned at 9:30, I think. Thank you, everyone.